Good afternoon. You have the second string in the chair today, but I'm pleased to be with you. And we're pleased to have the agencies and the analysts to make the presentations today. One thing I will say, as in this, I may live to regret this, but when I chair hearings, I like to say the Gettysburg Address was 4 minutes. And if you think you can do better than Abraham Lincoln, go for it. But it's a high-risk strategy. So I just encourage the analysts and the witnesses to try to lean into their inner Abraham Lincoln. So with that, we've got the Comptroller's office, and we have the analyst to give a report. That's right, I was channeling my inner Senator Sallings.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is David Proppert, and I'm here to discuss the Comptroller's fiscal 2026 allowance. The Comptroller is the state's chief fiscal officer and is responsible for collecting tax revenue and enforcing compliance with the state's tax laws. The fiscal 26 allowance increases by $90.1 million, or 41.2%, compared to the working appropriation for a total of $309.1 million. The year-over-year change in reimbursable funds appears a bit more exaggerated than it actually is, because at the time of writing this analysis, the Department of Information Technology had not distributed all of the Comptroller's funding for major IT projects in fiscal 25. There's a general fund increase of about $21.3 million, which is primarily due to personnel costs associated with 117 new positions, including 68 contractual conversions. Moving to page 5, the Revenue Administration Division is responsible for receiving and processing tax returns and payments for various state taxes. Exhibit 1 shows the number of paper and electronic personal income tax returns received and the percentage processed within 22 days for paper and 4 days for electronic returns. In fiscal 24, the number of electronically filed returns decreased by 8%, and the number of paper returns fell by 145% compared to fiscal 23. The percent of electronic and paper returns that were processed within 4 and 22 days, respectively, both increased in fiscal 24. Approximately 3 million tax returns were filed in fiscal 24, which is the lowest level since fiscal 2016, and a decrease of about 390,000, or 11%, from fiscal 23. Moving to page 6, the Taxpayer Services Division receives and processes inquiries by mail, email, and telephone. The Taxpayer Services Division received approximately 341,000 emails and 639,000 phone calls in fiscal 24, which is an increase of 54.1% and 17.6% compared to fiscal 23, respectively. The 17.6% increase in the number of telephone calls from fiscal 23 to 24 corresponded with a slight increase in the average time spent on hold. In fiscal 24, the average time spent on hold was 5 minutes and 25 seconds, and the average hold time has risen sharply since fiscal 2020. The allowance contains $2.9 million for new call center contracts to staff phone lines during periods of high demand. The Comptroller should comment on how much it estimates that these new contracts will reduce average wait times. Exhibit 3 on page 7 shows the percentage of surveyed customers who are either satisfied or very satisfied with web-based services. After a consistent satisfaction rating of around 83% from fiscal 2020 to 23, the rating fell to 69.2% for fiscal 24. The Comptroller's budget hearing testimony from the 2024 legislative session indicated that the agency lacked a modern customer relationship management system and that plans were in place to begin using the ServiceNow platform. The Comptroller should comment on the implementation status of ServiceNow, the platform's capabilities, and how its use will improve services for taxpayers. Moving to page 8, the Compliance Division is responsible for enforcing tax laws and fees administered by the state. Exhibit 4 shows the reported number of each active delinquent individual and business tax accounts as of June 30th for each fiscal year. From fiscal 21 to 24, the number of active delinquent individual income tax cases increased by about 301,000, or 110%. From fiscal 23 to 24 alone, the number of active delinquent individual income tax cases increased by 33.1%. Additionally, the number of active delinquent business tax cases increased by 13.5% from fiscal 23. The Comptroller should comment on the reasons why the number of active delinquent individual income tax cases has increased substantially since fiscal 21, and what is being done to reduce the number of cases. On to page 9, the Comptroller uses a variety of methods to pursue payment of recovery of unpaid taxes, including payment agreements, tax liens, bank attachments, offsets by the Internal Revenue Service, and salary garnishments. Exhibit 5 shows the number of accounts for which taxes were collected by each of these methods. Collection efforts declined significantly during the pandemic because they were temporarily paused as many taxpayers experienced financial hardship, and collections resumed in August of 2021. From fiscal 23 to 24, the number of cases certified to the IRS for offset increased by 12.1%. The number of payment agreements entered increased by 5%, and the number of tax liens increased by 4.3%, while the number of salary garnishments decreased by 14.7%, and the number of bank attachments decreased by 28%. Exhibit 6 on page 10 shows the amount of unpaid income and business taxes collected. The amount collected for unpaid individual income tax increased by approximately $122 million, or 28% from fiscal 23 to 24. And the amount collected for unpaid business tax decreased by approximately $50 million, or 16.3% over that same period. Going to page 11, one responsibility of the Compliance Division is to audit tax returns. Exhibit 7 shows that while the number of business tax accounts grew marginally or stagnated each year from fiscal 2012 through 2023, the number of business tax audits and investigations was on a downward trajectory even before the sharp decline reported in fiscal 21 during the pandemic. While the number of tax audits and investigations only increased by 21 or 3.8% in fiscal 24 compared to 23, the number of estimated business tax accounts as of June 30th, 2024 rose sharply relative to its historical pace and increased by about 79,000 or 16% over the prior fiscal year. The agency has reported that business audit staff was reduced by nearly 50% over the last decade, and that this explains the downward trend in productivity over the same time period. From fiscal 2016 to 2022 alone, 31 positions were transferred out of the Compliance Division to other units within the Comptroller's office based on most urgent needs. On page 12, the Board of Public Works approved 5 cost containment measures totaling $1.15 million, which delayed the hiring of new positions during its July 17, 2024 meeting. Additionally, Section 21 of the fiscal 25 budget bill added a total of $1.7 million. The allowance contains 3 deficiencies that sum to $5.7 million, most of which goes towards the central payroll system replacement major IT project. There also is a planned reversion of $2.7 million for economic impact payments due to the program being discontinued since the statutory time to file a 2019 tax return to qualify for the program has passed. Exhibit 8 on page 14 displays an overview of the agency spending. About half is for personnel expenses and a quarter is for major IT projects, with the remaining portion comprised of the Annapolis Data Center, contractual services, and other information technology services, among others. Exhibit 9 shows the proposed changes between the working appropriation and the allowance. There are increases of $13.2 million for salary increases and associated fringe benefits, including the fiscal 2025 cost of living adjustment and increments. $9.8 million for 117 new positions, which includes 68 contractual conversions, and $1.3 million due to the turnover rate lowering from 7.6 to 6.5%. Other big changes are among the major IT projects, including increases of $34.8 million for the central payroll system replacement, $17.9 million for the integrated tax system, and $15.7 million for the financial management information system modernization. There's also a decrease of $4.6 million for the integrated tax system, which is mostly due to a fiscal 25 deficiency. Flipping to page 17, the allowance provides 117 new positions, and of the 94 vacant positions as of December 31st, 2024, none have been vacant for more than 1 year. Exhibit 10 on page 18 shows the distribution of the new positions. 59 go to the Taxpayer Services Division to staff branch offices, call centers, and respond to taxpayer inquiries via email, in-person meetings, and virtual appointments. 33 go to the Revenue Administration Division to perform work related to adjustments, pass-through entities, manually approving individual and business tax credits, and preparing data for the transition of personal income taxes into the new tax processing system. Page 19 discusses the Financial Management Information System, or FMIS, major IT project. Chapters 22 and 23 of the Chapters 22 and 23 of the 2023 legislative session required the Office of the Comptroller, Office of the State Treasurer, Department of Budget and Management, Department of Information Technology, and Department of General Services to oversee the modernization of the state's FMIS. The current FMIS was implemented in the mid-1990s and encompasses accounting, purchasing, inventory, and reporting applications. It is antiquated and makes it difficult for agencies to implement new legislative mandates, among other limitations. Exhibit 11 shows the total projected cost for FMIS as of the beginning of each of the past 3 legislative sessions. Over that time, estimated costs have risen from $60 million to $308.4 million. The Comptroller has stated that the total projected costs for FMIS modernization have increased due to the scale and complexity of the initiative, and that the initial funding in fiscal 23 was never intended to include all future costs, but rather get the initiative started. The current estimate of $308.4 million reflects costs after performing market research, comparable analysis of other states, discussions with the Department of Information Technology, and $72.7 million worth of a project management vendor contract approved by the Board of Public Works on December 4th, 2024. The Comptroller should comment on what future costs still need to be taken into consideration and any project updates that have occurred since its December 2024 report. Moving to page 21, in February 2024, the Comptroller reported that there are approximately $3 billion in outstanding tax liabilities for individual income taxes that are known and collectible, and an estimated $3 billion in unassessed and unpaid taxes from underreporting of income. The agency has stated that it needs more staff and funding for technology in order to collect this money. While 107 new positions are specifically created for fiscal 26 in the allowance, they are for other initiatives, and the Comptroller has reported that any new positions to help collect this estimated outstanding $6 billion would not be until fiscal 27. Committee narrative in the 2024 Joint Chairman's Report requested a report on the Comptroller's 5-year staffing and technology resources plan and a forecast of revenue collection to close this tax gap. The Comptroller indicated that hiring and onboarding must be staggered to match the capacity of the human resources team to process new hires and coordinate training, so the report covered more than 5 years. Exhibit 12 on page 22 comes from the report and shows the population of various states comparable to Maryland and the ratio of residents per number of audit, collections, and compliance positions. Maryland has 22,710 residents per position, which is the highest in the chart. The next closest state to Maryland is Tennessee, which has 22% less residents per position. The Comptroller's proposed staffing plan would add 88 audit, collections, or compliance positions, which would place Maryland at 17,000 residents per position. Exhibit 13 on page 23 lists the specific requested positions along with their salary level as of fiscal 25. Another component of the Comptroller's report was descriptions of new technology resources that could contribute to revenue collection. The first technology involves public data mining online. The Comptroller participated in a pilot project during the calendar 2023 and 2024 with a vendor that was able to use publicly available data in the Comptroller's records to identify more than $3.4 million in unreported income. The Comptroller is planning to build upon this pilot program by issuing a request for proposals in calendar 2024. The Comptroller should comment on what publicly available data this technology uses and how it is validated for accuracy. Another technology resource the Comptroller is interested in utilizing is known as the Automated Financial Institution Data Match, or FIDM. The report states that FIDM, in unison with additional staff, would enable the agency to attach accounts from non-traditional financial institutions such as Cash App, PayPal, and Square, among others. The estimated cost for FIDM is $1 million annually, and the report cites that the Indiana Department of Revenue was able to match approximately 284,000 debtors across 288 financial institutions to locate $12.8 million in previously unknown money. The third technology identified is known as intelligent mail barcodes. Placing these barcodes on departmental mail allows staff to electronically track letters, verify taxpayer addresses, learn why a delivery failed, and update a taxpayer's new address. Exhibit 14 on page 25 shows the estimates for the net revenue that the requested new positions and proposed technology resources would generate for the state. It is important to note that the report only provided estimated costs and revenues for fiscal 27, 29, 31, 33, and 35, so the even numbered years in between are not a part of the chart. Based on the estimates provided in the report, there is a net revenue gain of $72.1 million over the time period listed. On to our final topic, on page 26, on February 3rd, 2025, the Comptroller became aware of a mailing issue that resulted in 6,735 of 880,000 printed and processed 1099-G tax forms getting mailed to incorrect addresses, thus compromising the personal identification information for 6,735 taxpayers. The agency discovered that one of the printers malfunctioned while producing a batch of 1099-G forms, and upon restarting, did not resume printing from the very beginning of the batch, which resulted in cover pages getting matched with incorrect tax forms. The agency has indicated that it will implement several changes to prevent this mistake from occurring again and provide free credit monitoring for 1 year for those who are affected. And that concludes the presentation.
Great, thank you very much. Any questions for the analyst? Thanks an awful lot. Welcome, Madam Controller.
Thank you. I'm so sorry I was late. We thought we were going second. Luckily, I'm right next door. It's wonderful to be here with you today. Thanks so much for the opportunity to present our fiscal year 26 budget overview and the response to the DLS analysis. Really, thank you so much for appreciate you working with us over the last few months and with Wayne on our team to learn about our agency and and to prepare your response. So we really appreciate it. So when I last appeared before the subcommittee, I spent much of my time discussing the modernizing, hiring, and reorganizing taking place in our agency. And that is all work that does not get finished in 1 year. And so we are continuing to do that work. Thanks to the resources allocated in the FY25 budget, we've reduced vacancies, begun converting many of our long-term contractual workers to permanent positions, and are in the midst of rapid and much-needed modernization across the agency. We've also worked to continue to rebuild the agency, significantly upgrading much of our aging infrastructure and launching robust public engagement strategies. So I want to talk just about, to start with, a few of the things that are going really well in the agency because of you, because you all and the governor have been so helpful in the past couple years to help us get through and make sure that we're right-sizing our budget. So the first is, we have 3 core priorities, and the first core priority is really making government work better. And that really means reorganizing, making sure we have the right team and the right tools. So early in my tenure, we modernized the Comptroller's office internally and externally in terms of staff reorganization. I think we attached, if we didn't, we'll email it to you, an org chart so you could see how we have laid out the agency now. In terms of the tools that we have, you all know how old things were. We are actually since my tenure, we have either started or are in progress right now or have completed 70 modernization projects. That is everything from the underground wire that connects our building to the internet, which was crumbling. We all lost internet capabilities one day because it was crumbling, to the top of our roof because we don't have, like many of you, don't have cell service on much of the Annapolis campus. So we are working with DLS and DoIT to provide cell service. And then there's everything in between. And you know about many of our major projects, like our new internet, or our new integrated tax system. We are working to replace FMIS. And next month, we will be launching MyCom Connect, which is a brand new customer relation management tool as part of our brand new website. So really excited about that launching as well publicly. We started it about a week ago internally, but public launch next week or next month. We're also proud that Maryland is one of 25 states participating in the direct file program with the IRS. And so we're excited to see thousands of direct file tax returns coming into our agency this year as well. Our second core priority is making sure that the resources of our agency reach the people of Maryland and our communities and our businesses. I just want to talk about 2 specific projects that we're working on in that space. The first is on the EITC. So actually the EITC, the Earned Income Tax Credit, is the government's largest and most effective anti-poverty economic mobility program that we run, period. Hard stop. It gets things done that no other government program can get done. And yet, there are hundreds of thousands of Marylanders who don't claim their state EITC. And so we are on a mission to change that and to make sure that those Marylanders who qualify for the EITC know it and claim it. So our EITC effort has 2 components. One, we've launched a research partnership with the Washington, D.C.-based Urban Institute to study and better understand the barriers that prevent low-income Marylanders from accessing individual income tax credits, and to create a playbook for revenue administrators to increase uptake. And 2, we launched the Earned It campaign, which we need your help with to make sure this is a social media campaign that aims to reframe the narrative around the EITC and the child tax credit by using clear and concise messaging to educate the public about these credits. We have grassroots toolkits on our website that we've sent to you all delegates and senators, and we hope that you'll share them on your social media to educate your constituents about credits that they're eligible for. And then also, we have launched our Office of Taxpayer Advocate. That launched in January. We have an amazing new taxpayer advocate, as well as 3 analysts who are working with her. And then our final core priority is supporting Maryland's long-term responsible economic growth. And there I'll just as well give 2 quick examples. 2 ways that we think about that are, one, through our using our data and our analytical skills to to publish research reports. And some of those reports, hopefully, like our State of the Economy report last year, the report we did on procurement in June, our childcare report. And then the other way that we think about supporting Maryland over the long term is on the compliance side. On the revenue operations side, our long-term growth means that we must fairly, equitably, and robustly enforce compliance with our state tax laws. As noted last year, we have a smaller compliance team than other states, but we're grateful that the General Assembly and Governor allocated an additional 28 PINs and $3 million for technology in the FY25 budget to start rebuilding our compliance capabilities. You noted some of the highlights of our program. We've launched the remote seller program. We just closed an RFP for the online economy and public data mining system. We filled those new PINs that we had. They were available January 1st and they're filled. But there's other opportunities as well, like intelligent mail barcodes that you talked about. Having dedicated data scientists in our compliance team would help us identify large taxpayer anomalies. And then I think you mentioned FIDM, the Financial Institution Data Match. So all of this work costs money, but it also brings in money. So in 2024, our compliance activities resulted in collection of $800 million. So that's $800 million that you don't need to cut from the budget because we brought it in last year. That is the highest in many years. Our audit teams completed 570 business tax audits and sent over 138,000 notices. Our collections units managed approximately 60,000 delinquent business tax accounts and 575,000 delinquent individual income tax cases, collecting $254 million on delinquent business accounts and $558 million on delinquent individual tax accounts. So I mention that because, of course, you are the Budget Committee, and you understand that we are a revenue-generating agency, but we cannot generate revenue if we are not invested in. So I will note, for instance, that some of these programs, like the remote seller program, is not funded in this year's budget. We don't know how we would pay for it next year at this point, if there's any way to do it. So just a reminder that you sometimes have to spend a little money to make a little money. Because we've all campaigned, we know that. So now getting to the budget, I want to note that when we thought about what our budget needs this year, you'll see this in your letter. Our FY26 budget request that we sent to the Speaker and the President and Governor really divided the work that we are focusing on in three areas. First, right-sizing and adequately resourcing our customer service divisions. Now, I want to highlight in the letter that we sent into you, you'll see a few charts there. Our Taxpayer Service Division staffs our agencies, call centers, and branch offices throughout the state. These are the folks that when your constituents call you and say they can't get through to our Taxpayer Services Divisions. That's who they're trying to reach. Our 11 branches offer a full range of walk-in services to taxpayers and tax preparers on matters of all tax types that we administer. So if you look at the charts in your letter, I think I'm not sure what pages they're on in your letters, but you'll see just how much outreach we have every year. So if you look at the one on call volume, you'll see in 2022, we received 1.3 million calls. In 2023, we received 1.2, almost 3 million calls. In 2024, this is just through November, we received almost 2 million calls. And you'll see there how many we're answering, which is not enough. You can also see in the next chart our emails that we're processing annually. There you'll see it's over 100,000 in 2022 and 2023, over 300,000 in 2024. And then our branch office services. Again, comparing 22 to 23 to 24, you see increases every single year. I think it's sort of astonishing to look at the walk-ins. We had 24,000 walk-ins in 2022. We had 82,000 people walk into one of our 11 branch offices in 2024, in just the first 11 months. And, those are folks who they haven't maybe been able to reach us on the phone or through email, so they're not usually very happy by the time they're walking into our office. So despite our best efforts, we are simply unable to meet taxpayer demand with our current staffing levels. Callers experience extremely long waits and are frequently unable to even enter the queue to speak with an agent for assistance. Similarly, written correspondence response time is over 20 days, and as a result, we regularly receive complaints from the public about the wait times in the office, on the phone lines, and the emails. You also are hearing that as well. We know that this is a reality, and it's a reality because we do not have the staff we need to meet the needs of Marylanders. We have a CompStat team now that analyzes the work that we're doing so that we can understand where we're falling down and where we need to do better. Our CompStat team analyzed our data and concluded, using just the 2022 and 2023 numbers, so not the even higher 2024 numbers, using just 22 and 23, if we wanted to answer 80% of the calls that we receive, we would require another 129 staff members. Just gonna let that sit for a minute. We are not talking like we need a few extra people on hand to answer the calls. And that's not even 100%, that's just 80%. So I just think it's important that folks understand just how understaffed the Office of the Comptroller is if we wanna meet the needs of Marylanders. So for that reason, we're incredibly grateful that the governor's budget proposal allocated 25 new PINs for our agency. That's a really important start to meeting the needs of Marylanders. In addition, they allocated money for us to hire a call center. Now that call center will be essential for when we roll out Maryland Tax Connect to individuals across the state. A big reason for the big uptick in 2024 was we had so many people calling in when we did the business rollout for Maryland Tax Connect. There's just no way to keep up with it. And, we should have tried to hire a call center. We didn't have any money in the budget, so it would have been impossible. But that was something that we failed to bring to your attention or even realize that would be necessary. But we're not going to make that mistake again. So we're very grateful that this call center funding is in the budget for this very short contract, just to get us through the hump of when we roll out Maryland Tax Connect. The second initiative, or the second real principle that we had when thinking about our budget, is making sure that we can do more outreach to leverage Maryland's participation in direct file and to let folks know about Maryland Tax Connect. Right now, our marketing budget for our tax programs is $0. So that means for the system that the most people use of any government system in the state, the tax system, we have no way of telling people that big changes are coming, that we're rolling out a brand new tax system. And that means that when it happens, people will be pretty upset because they won't know it's coming, and they'll be surprised, and taxes are already stressful, and so it's just really important that we prepare people for big changes like this. So we're really grateful that the governor and you have money in the budget for us to be able to tell people that this is coming, prepare them for it, and let them know what it means for them. Similarly, we also want to continue our third principle is continue our investment to modernize the agency's aging and outdated IT infrastructure. Look, you know many of the projects we're working on. A couple I didn't mention before is that we are pulling in a brand new unclaimed property system, the system that 40 other states already use. We are finally bringing to Maryland to make sure that we are upgrading our new system. We actually have accompanying legislation that goes hand in hand with that new technology. We're bringing in this technology, but we can't actually use all of it because our state law is so outdated. So we want to update both state statute and our technology at the same time to take advantage of all of the things that it has to offer. We're also moving our entire Central Payroll Bureau, that's all 100,000 state and university system personnel, to Workday. That'll happen in 2 phases, starting next January 1st, 2026, and then on July 1st, 2026, we'll finish it off. So there's just a huge number of major projects happening, and we want to be able to do much of that, to maintain many of those projects in-house. So for instance, this new customer relation management system we have purchased, we don't want to have to keep paying the contractor to manage that system. We want to have a couple people in-house to be able to manage that system for us. It's cheaper, it builds long-term expertise in the agency, and it just makes it work better so that we don't have to get a change order every time we want to do something. We instead have people on our team who can do it. So for that reason, we're hoping to bring in a couple additional pins to help oversee that program. So that is the work that we are doing in the agency, or some of it, I should say. And we're really excited about all of it and welcome your feedback, your ideas, and meetings throughout the year to talk about these projects. Now, to respond to the DLS comments, the first was commenting on how much it estimates that the new contracts will reduce average wait times in taxpayer services. And by that, you mean the MyCom Connect, our CRM. And the truth is that we just don't know yet. We launched it this week. It will launch publicly next month, and we won't have any usable data for at least 90 days. So at the end of this tax season, we do anticipate it reducing the need for call volume and emails over the next 2 years, but it will take some time to figure out what that average is. And the next question, you wanted us to comment on the implementation of ServiceNow, the platform's capabilities, and how it will improve web-based service for taxpayers. So this is, again, we're calling it MyCom Connect because every system needs a nice little name, right? But it is run through the ServiceNow platform, which is, if you've heard of Salesforce, ServiceNow is like competitor. They're one of the other ones. That went live on February 10th internally, and it will be live externally when we roll out our new website in March. The current capabilities of MyCom Connect include that all incoming calls and emails create a data point that will enable the longitudinal tracking of interactions with the taxpayer. So what that means with you is, Mr. Chair, if you email us and say, hey, Joy Smith in my district says she's called you 3 times and sent 2 emails, but she hasn't gotten a response, we can go in and look up Joy Smith and see any emails that she has sent us that we've received and any calls that have come in. So we can say to you, actually, we have 1 call and 1 email, and this is where they are in the queue. And she also will be able to create her own username and password and see where she is in the queue publicly as well. It will also enable call center staff to know the taxpayer's interaction history, and it will be a really useful management tool, right? So if we have open cases right now, it's really hard to manage our staff to know how many open cases they have. But this will allow managers to work with their team members to make sure they're closing out cases. Also, an email is generated to the taxpayer so that they have a record of any interaction with our agency. And if the taxpayer requires additional support beyond the call center, staff create a case, and that case goes to a certain staff person, and then it is followed. So it's a system that should have been in place for years and years, and we're really excited to be bringing it in now. The next request for feedback was in the compliance division. The Comptroller should comment on the reasons why the number of active delinquent individual income tax cases has increased substantially since fiscal year 2021, and what is being done to reduce the number of cases. So none of the Comptroller's compliance programs ran during COVID. And that's the sort of the long and the short of it. Maryland was the only state in the country that did not engage in compliance during the COVID state of emergency. So technically, those compliance programs started running again in August 2021 after a 17-month hiatus. But in reality, the staff of the compliance division had mostly moved to other areas during COVID to take calls, et cetera. Therefore, very few staff remained to restart the programs. A new compliance director started in January 2023, and the division began rebuilding. Now that our office has caught up on running our programs and issuing our assessments, as I mentioned, in 2024, we collected $800 million, which was more, FY24, more than we had in almost a decade. Our FMIS replacement. This is a huge, if any of you ever want a briefing on the FMIS replacement, let me know. This will be one of the biggest. It's really interesting, Senator, I promise. This will be one of the biggest IT projects that the state undertakes over the next 20 years. So it's really massive. And it will impact every single agency in the state. It goes beyond IT. It's really a full transformation of our state's financial operations, affecting the people, processes, technology, and data. So this is just all about how we pay, right? It's making sure that there is transparency for our contractors. It's making sure that we can balance our books as a state. It's making sure that we're really updating all of our accounting systems. So we've launched both a change management office, and in that change management office, there's a really exciting new program called the Maryland Accounting Academy. I know you're really excited about that and you'd love to participate. But that is so that we can educate all of the different agencies on how we do accounting in the state of Maryland in our government, so that we can make sure that when we put out our ACFR, the bond rate and the rating agencies can count on it, and it's done smoothly. So we've set up this project. We do reports every 6 months to DLS, so you can always read that to find out more about how things are going on. And then just two more. The Comptroller should comment on what publicly available data this new technology uses and how it's validated for accuracy. So this has to do with a program that we are interested in using. We just did an RFP for this type of program where the technology inputs to the process data scraped from publicly available websites like Airbnb, Turo, and YouTube. As part of the audit process then, compliance staff request records from the taxpayer related to the income found that was unreported. So if you own 10 Airbnbs in Ocean City, that's public. You can use publicly available data to verify that. And we can see how many nights it's been rented out for and what it's been rented out for. That's all publicly available data. Then the company takes that information and submits it to us. We then request, and we say, hey, Jane Smith did not report that income on her forms. That's very interesting. So we then, send an inquiry to that taxpayer and say, hey, you didn't report this. You want to let us know what's going on? And then they get back to us, hopefully. And that's how we verify the accuracy of the data. Once we then issue an assessment to the taxpayer, and the taxpayer, of course, has an opportunity to appeal that assessment so that an independent hearing officer can also affirm that the tax was charged appropriately. So all of these steps, we think, help ensure fairness and accuracy. And then finally, our 1099-G error. The Comptroller should comment on the budgetary impacts of the mailing. So you all know what happened, and just as an update, we sent out letters this week to all of the affected parties about how to enroll in the free credit monitoring system, and the total cost of that will be $20,000. So thank you so much. I'm happy to take questions, and I appreciate the opportunity to be here. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Comptroller. I apologize to everyone in the room, but we are in a 90-day legislative session, and we are legislators, and we have hearings. Yeah. And so yes. I do appreciate the committee taking me first downstairs instead of me jumping on the phone call and darting out. So thank you all very much, and always great to see you, Madam Comptroller. Just for the record, I'd love to say this. So we rode the bus together in 2014. Yes, we did. So we got elected in 2014. So it was a pretty large class. Senator Sarling was on that bus. Yeah. Senator Lewis Young was on that bus. About 63 of us. So, and so. But I can tell you. So we're proud of the work you're doing there.
Thank you.
And we say it to every agency that comes before us, and it's real. We're your partner, because the state of Maryland needs to function to meet the needs of its citizens. So you all are doing a lot of work over there. It's a heavy lift, but you build a team to address those matters. Before I go around the horn a little bit, just a couple of things. I walked in. Most agencies, unfortunately, don't have their own dashboard concept within their agency, so that you can plug in and say, hey, Mike Jackson called, and you plug it in and you can look at your systems and get real-time information across the board on your functions of your agency. And I'm thinking, I came in mid presentation, but I believe you're talking about tying everything so that you can actually give the best response, best and timely response to your customers. So we certainly appreciate that. We certainly appreciate the challenge that we have in our state. But it's not uncommon with governments where governments have an IT agency. But due to the challenges of resources, the agencies have to produce within their ranks folks who can actually address your needs in a timely fashion. Because if you have to get in queue when something breaks, it kind of sets your ability to respond to your customers as needed. So I commend you on that as well. Speak to me a little bit about the appellate process, right? So on your last comment, so your Airbnbs, and again, I think this committee has mentioned it before. We're happy that, the citizens are being creative and generating new revenues, but we're also happy that our government partners, are becoming savvy enough to actually ensure that the state gets its share of what's going on. And so that appeal process is going on, and this could be across the board, and it hasn't, didn't slip by me about the communication needs that you have as well, going out to the folks. But during that appeal process, there is no difference in what you cited if it goes to an appeal process than it is at any other time, where if the customer is right, or things get settled, that they are not penalized with that time that the appeal has taken.
Yeah, if the customer, right, if the Marylander, so if we assess anybody for their, if we say we're assessing you, which means we're sending you a bill, basically. If we send you an assessment and say, we think you owe $1,000, and, here's, the interest and whatnot penalties on that, you can say, no, I have all the paperwork to show you I don't owe this money, you just messed up. You file an appeal, and it goes to our hearings and appeals division. Those are all lawyers who take a fresh look at the case. If they believe that you're right, everything goes back to you, all done, it's completed. If they say, nope, we now see your papers, but we still think that doesn't actually support what you think it supports. So we're with the Office of the Comptroller on this. We think you were assessed accurately. You can appeal that further. You take it to the Maryland Tax Court. The Tax Court is a separate agency. It's an administrative process, and they would decide. If you still disagree, then you can go to the court, further circuit court, courts of appeal. So you have the right as a taxpayer to continue challenging your assessment at the highest level that they'll take.
Thank you. And lastly for me, so I know I represent 3 counties, but I know in one of our counties we had an issue where we had these Airbnbs that were up and running that weren't sanctioned by the county.
Oh, interesting.
And so, are you having any challenges? You can get back to me if you need to, but across the state on recognizing these entities that are up, is your office having any challenges, or your enforcement arm having any challenges with any local governments regarding that?
I don't think, we haven't had challenges, and I neglected to introduce my staff, but behind me is my Chief of Staff, Rihanna Matthews-Brown, our Chief Deputy Comptroller, Andy Schaffel, and our Government Affairs Director, Steve Harrington, in addition to Wayne, our Finance Director. We have not had challenges collecting the tax that is charged on Airbnbs, because it happens regardless of whether the county has sanctioned them. Only if they're really operating sort of on an under-the-table cash-by-cash basis would. So what we're looking at in terms of this new type of technology is the income tax. So if you own the Airbnbs, you're receiving income from that, and we want to make sure that we are collecting the income tax that is owed, that you owe, not that is sort of paid through the Airbnb system.
Gotcha. I appreciate that. Appreciate that.
Sure.
I'll start to my left. Senator Salling.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you,
Hi.
Madam Comptroller. It's good to see you.
You too.
And it's important that we just talk a little bit about what you brought about and what happened with the ERA.
Oh, the 1099G,
Yes.
sure.
I know, and I see some of the things that you have done, and I appreciate that and the following up. But you said there were several implementations and some of the changes because of this mistake. Is it possible that maybe we can see some of the changes that you did make and find those things out? Because I know
Sure.
I've got a lot of calls.
Yep, so did
I
I.
have family that work there.
Yep.
And
And I've been
that's the
in
first calls that I
communication.
got.
Yeah, and I've been in a lot of communication with ILA. So in fact, I left Scott a message this morning and Tom
told me.
McCormick. Yeah, did he? Oh, that's funny. So yeah, because we want them to get the word out to folks as well. Look, it was really unfortunate. We learned from that. This is we print many 1099s. This was a sort of different batch, but it was. There were a couple problems. One is that they had people's full social security numbers on them, which isn't normal, and I don't know why they were included, but we have changed that, so that will never happen again. Two, it happened because of something that's probably happened to many of us. A printer stopped, and then when they restarted it, it started on like the second page instead of the first page. So literally every file went to the next person on the list. It was that sort of simple and crazy. So now we have a process where when you're printing, there will be 2 different spot checks as well to ensure better quality control, in addition to not having full SSNs on anything. So no, I would deeply regret it. It was, it was so unfortunate. We certainly aim for excellence in all things, and it was really unfortunate. And I was deeply apologetic to the folks who I'm sure were really stressed about it. They got the wrong one, and then they're thinking that means mine went to somebody else's, which is so stressful and scary. So I feel terrible about it. I do want to assure people that it won't happen again. We've taken steps to fix it, and also hope that this year of credit monitoring gives them some helps them feel more at ease as well.
No, and I see that the year that you've given for that credit. Is there something, when we get those phone calls, is there something that we can let them know what they need to do right away, like get hold of you or get right back to you, or just destroy them or whatever? Because that's the kind of things that they were saying, just destroy it.
Just destroy it, yeah.
Okay.
That's what we said to folks. We said, just destroy it. Just rip it up into shreds, shred it if you can, rip it up, throw it away. And my hope is that, look, each of these went to one person. We didn't sort of broadcast them wildly. So we just need those 6,000 people to be good guys and rip it up and throw it away, right?
And we found that out.
Yeah.
There's a lot of more good people.
They are. I mean, we need them all to be the good guys.
Yeah. Senator, But
yes.
I want to thank you just moving quickly with that, because it made a world of a difference with a lot of our people that contact us. I just want to talk a little bit about one more question, if I could, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
About the new employees. And we know we're in a place right now, in a state right now, where we're just kind of burdened down, I guess you could say.
Yeah.
And it's not a little bit, but it seems like a pretty lot. And we see how important the PINs are, and we need them. But I mean, how can we in some way justify this? Because there's always questions about that, about what we need, the employees we need here. I know we need truck drivers. I know we need nurses.
Sure.
I know we need this, and that's important to us. We need port workers. We need people all over.
Yep.
But I know, just to let you know, I know that this administration needs help. They need people to be in position to make the call. Because when they're calling your office and there's nobody there, they're not going to get an answer.
Yeah.
So how can we make sure that we can get the right conversation to our constituents to tell them this is why they're getting these PINs?
Sure. I mean, I think it's really important to remind people about how frustrated they are when they can't get through, right? You sort of take it for granted that you're going to be able to, when you reach out to your government, that your government's going to be there to take your phone call, right? And it's really frustrating when they're not there. And especially in a matter like taxes, which is an area that makes people uncomfortable and stresses them out anyways, it can be even more stressful when you can't get through to get a simple question answered. And so I think, often what I say to people is we want to make sure that somebody's on the other end of the phone when you need us, right? Because when you need us, you really need us. And if we're not there, it's really frustrating for people. So we're doing everything we can to minimize the need for people to call in, right? That's what this new customer relation management system is, the CRM. Moving to the new tax system, Maryland Tax Connect, in the short term, it will cause an uptick, but over the long term, we think it will be better and reduce the need to call in. But all of this modernization is really an effort to reduce the need for people to call in, and so that we can get things, right more quickly. But at the end of the day, folks want there to be someone there to answer their call when they need them. And, we also oftentimes, I just like to remind people, if people are calling and they need us, generally, we need them to be filing their tax returns so that we can bringing in money, right? So our PINs are often revenue generating PINs. They're more than paying for themselves. And so, I think it's also important to remember, especially when giving us PINs in our audit division and money for our audit teams, this is, like I said, you need to invest a little to make a lot. And so we are a little bit different than some agencies in that way as well. So thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll leave the expert, the AI, across from me. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks,
you.
Senator.
Senator Lewis Young.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good to see you.
You too.
I think you just partially answered both of my questions. I was going to ask you to elaborate on your move to the Maryland Tax Connect program for personal taxes, how that would create more efficiencies for the department, as well as a better customer experience. I think you just answered the second part. But also to follow up on Senator Saling's question, again, you did make a reference to that. Is there any way you could begin to quantify additional revenue opportunities related to those PINs? You made a statement early in your presentation that you generate 800 million in income.
Just last year.
Yeah, right, just last year. Any way you could begin to quantify incremental revenue opportunities from being at a more reasonable staffing level?
Yes, in fact, we have done that. So we can send you the documents that we have. For our compliance team, we at least have done that. And we put in, and in the DLS analysis, they review some of that, where we said, we have a whole plan for our compliance team that if followed, it shows how much revenue we would bring in, how much it would cost to deploy it over a 10-year period. And Andy Schaffel is our Chief Deputy Comptroller, so I'm going to ask him to talk a little bit more. He's been in the weeds on Maryland Tax Connect and compliance for several years, so I'm going to ask him to talk a little bit more about just how important Maryland Tax Connect is. Some of you, you all are going to be reviewing tax changes this year in the BRFA. You passed some tax changes last year in the BRFA. Every time you do that, we have to implement them, which we are happy to do, but it is absolutely essential that we move our personal tax system from the old COBOL-based system it is in now to Maryland Tax Connect. It is a high-risk system right now that we are in that failed for a week, my first month in office. So the biggest risk right now to the state fiscally is for that system to fail. And so it's essential that when this body is passing tax legislation, that we sort of tell you what we can do on what timeline so that we can move to Maryland Tax Connect. I'm going to turn it over to Andy.
And Madam Comptroller, the information that was requested, if you could send it to our analysts.
Sure, we'll
so
send it
to
over so you
everyone.
can send it to them.
Appreciate that.
Yep.
All right, thank you,
Welcome.
Comptroller. Thank you,
Welcome.
Senator. Thank you.
Welcome.
This is almost seems like a crazy fact in today's world. In our mainframe-based system, we can't add one more field to the income tax. So when there are great ideas coming out of the legislature and modernization ideas, right? We've mentioned that we're trying to modernize, make sure we're capturing all those new sources of digital income and things like that. We can't add a single more field to the income tax. The system literally can't handle it. So, I mean, it is just obviously imperative. As the Comptroller mentioned, we were down for a week that year. We were going through our disaster recovery plan. We were literally talking about how we were going to pull out calculators to make sure that we could push the money around the state. I mean, until we had a solution, we had to be preparing for the worst, right? Our agency brought in $40 billion last year, $40 billion across the general fund and various special funds. And that doesn't account for all the money we move at federal funds. So, we are the pipeline that keeps the money flowing. So therefore, modernizing the systems is critical. Regarding the number of phone reps, as the Comptroller noted, we've asked for fewer than 30, whereas our analysis shows we need about 120. Part of that's because we expect the CRM to pay off with some time. It's also because of Maryland Tax Connect. So because taxpayers will have the ability to go in and see their own account, make payments, they'll have transparency into their account. Right now, they don't. Right now, people have no idea what their books look like in our system, and they should. We want them to. That is going to create more back and forth initially, because they're going to see some things that are going to surprise them. And that's why we need that external call center. But we do believe that as we get through this transformation, with the addition of those 25 pins and these various system upgrades, we're going to be able to provide a much greater level of service. And I'm sorry, one more second, just to talk about how these pins pay for themselves. The average Marylander pays $2,500 in income tax. The average call center rep salary and benefits is $60,000. So 30 calls where we're making sure we're getting that money pays for that rep in the first place. They take 50 calls a day. Okay. The reality is they're also helping get some refunds out the door, right? Yeah. But that's their money, and we want that to happen. But it's not hard to imagine how quickly these things pay for themselves, and it's why the majority of our initiatives have 5X, 6X, 7X returns on the investment.
Appreciate the detail. Appreciate the detail. You good?
Good.
Senator Rose Tripp.
Thank you, Chairman. You mentioned something early on in your comments about some additional ways to raise revenue that have not been funded. It went by very fast, so I wanted you to come back to that.
Sure. So we have several different, so in the budget last year, you all gave us some additional money to pay for compliance, basically pay for compliance programs. One of them is the remote seller program,
right.
Which we launched. One of them was to do this RFP for this sort of data mining, public data mining program. And we scraped together a little money from a different pot to do intelligent mail barcodes. But there are other opportunities. So we have money for all of those for a year or two, and then we can't do them anymore.
Well, do you have money for them in 2026?
We have money for the data mining in FY26 because we just completed the RFP, but we don't have money, I don't believe, for either the intelligent mail barcodes for longer than a year or for the remote seller.
And how much money do you need for those?
Remote seller was $1 million.
It's about $1 million.
Yeah, and I think the intelligent mail barcodes was $500,000.
And what are your estimates of what you can raise from those?
For remote seller, it was, I don't have it in front of me, but it was, I can look back at it, but it was
ballpark.
Well, more, it was way more than $1 million.
Yeah, we were ballparking about 10 million a year. And what's nice is that one, pyramids. So as you get that 10 million.
It gets better, I got it.
Yeah. And then for intelligent mail barcoding, I don't know, I'll have to look. We haven't launched that one yet. It's gonna launch this fall.
Well, did you propose that for this year's budget?
So, well, I mean, we went back and forth about what we were asking for, and because we had so many needs in the Taxpayer Services Division, we really pushed to make sure we could get funding for those. One of the things that we have legislation right now on unclaimed property, and as part of that bill, we ask to be able to have out of the unclaimed property fund $5 million a year to use both to maintain our new unclaimed property system and to help fund some of our IT needs, including some of our compliance needs. So if that bill passes, as it is, we would have some money moving forward as of FY27. So we would need to figure out a plug for FY26. And I'm happy to talk more about with you offline, but that's,
Yeah, I mean, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to get the details on that because
So would I.
It's kind of well-known. We kind of
certainly would.
need revenues.
Sure, yeah, we do.
So
Yeah.
We would certainly like
if we
to
can,
know
if we can beef all of these things up.
Yep,
I want to do it. So if we can get details on that, so we can try to pursue
sure.
that. That was
Yep,
question
we
number
can
one.
definitely do that.
Question number two is generally, we're asking all the agencies this in general, but specifically given all your customer service challenges, where are you on AI?
Sure, it's a good question. So I would say we are part of a Federation of Tax Administrators roundtable to discuss how AI can be deployed in the revenue administration space. So we have a few members of our team that have been meeting regularly with other revenue administration agencies around the country. They're going to produce a report this year that goes through all the different ideas. We've met with several different companies to talk about their ideas, sort of what the IRS has done, what we could be doing. All of it is contingent on us getting into our new systems. And so we're sort of in a place right now where we've been like, okay, we're starting to know what's possible and what's out there, but we can't do it until we get into the new Maryland Tax Connect system, because nothing will work on a COBOL screen. So we're getting into those new systems. So it'll be sort of we'll have more real conversations about that in 2026 after we've launched the new system, because then there'll be more
But I
capabilities.
thought you have launched a system for business taxpayers.
For businesses, but I mean, every hour of every person's life right now in our revenue team is focused, and our IT team is focused on launching Maryland Tax Connect for individuals right now. So I just can't add something else to their plate, or they will all leave me. They're launching the new website, the CRM, and Maryland Tax Connect. And so it's because we can't do it on a widespread basis until after we're in Maryland Tax Connect for everything. We've just said, okay, we're having the conversation now about what is possible, but we haven't had the conversations of, okay, we're ready to pull the plug. Yeah, and go. Yep.
Well, I just mentioned to you that because we've been asking all the agencies, and the agencies that, in my impression, are way down the implementation are the Attorney General's Office, the Alcohol, Tobacco, and Cannabis Commission, which did it with their website, which makes perfect sense, because that's all about, they're doing it for customer service, which is kind of obvious for you guys. And WMATA, which is doing it for a variety of things.
Good.
So I'm a little concerned that we're going to maybe do it in 2026.
Well, we're just launching our CRM now, which is the kind of platform that would allow we didn't even have a platform to use AI on before.
Right.
So now that we have MyComp Connect and we'll have Maryland Tax Connect, those are all platforms that could support additional plugins or work around the customer service space and using AI. I will say another space where I actually am really excited about AI is on ongoing training. We hire folks with no knowledge base at all, and to have them be able to sort of be constantly trained by AI bots will be really exciting too. So we're having conversations with companies about what's possible, but we're just not ready to bite the bullet yet.
And I do just want to add that we've actually been ahead of the curve on some of this. We use AI in our fraud detection.
Oh yeah, we already use it in some ways.
We take it for granted.
Yeah, I know. I don't even think about that. Sorry. Yes, we already use it, but
Give me the short version of how you use it.
Yeah.
Sure, it's a machine learning model to where we predict the probability that a refund request is fraud, and then we don't just take what the system says.
I
beings go and interact, and based on those interactions,
understand.
it learns and the algorithm automatically regenerates.
That's true. So we do use it already in some ways. We're just not using it for customer service yet.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
No, I understand. Well, I would just encourage you to lean in on it. I mean, in the private sector, the implementation is way ahead of government.
It is. I will say it's, going back to sort of the 1099-G issue, people also get very nervous, and we are under a lot of stress to make sure people's tax data is all very secure, of course.
Sure.
And so, it's hard. There would be different needs around interacting with a chat bot online that could look at your tax filings internally and then communicate with you. There's just more security, I think, that needs to happen than in some other instances. Like WMATA doesn't have people's tax data, right?
No, I understand that. Well, Elon Musk has everybody's tax data. So,
Yes,
I think AI, chat box is the
Yeah.
least of our problems with our tax data. But, okay, well,
Yeah, but we hear you. I
yeah,
totally
and
agree.
if when you
Yeah.
come back next year,
Yeah.
it'd be nice to hear, not we're just thinking about it.
Yeah, but here's what
we got a plan. We got a
yeah.
plan to do
Yeah,
it.
we will. We just need to get through Maryland Tax Connect and all of these other
Understand.
projects.
All right, thank you, Mr.
Yeah, no, thank you.
Federal.
Appreciate it.
Federal relationship with the federal government. The relationship with the federal government.
Oh, yes. How are things going with the federal government, with your federal partners? Seriously.
With like the IRS or with?
I presume the IRS is your major federal partner.
Yeah, they are. I mean, so far, our biggest partnership, we have many partnership efforts with them. One of them, some of them are on the compliance side. So when they do an audit,
Right.
it gets pushed down to us. And another big major partnership we have with them right now is Direct File. And luckily, Direct File is still up and running this year. It's been very successful so far, we believe, and we hope that it will continue next year.
Well, I mean more in I think the chairman I mean more in the context of since January 20th.
Oh, yeah.
We're asking all the agencies,
Well, right.
what's new with your
Yeah.
federal partners? If it maybe nothing, which is fine.
I mean, we have not, have you heard much change from the IRS?
No, not yet,
Yeah.
but we also know they just kind of arrived there, right?
Yeah.
We rely on them quite a bit for our audit programs. They
Yeah.
basically do a lot of our audits, and then we piggyback, so we need to keep an eye on that. The Comptroller's spot on with Direct File, though. We're meeting with them weekly. I have a weekly meeting with the head of Direct File there, and they're kind of sitting there
She's a Marylander.
worried,
Yeah, they're very
you know,
worried.
and that's half our call.
Well, again, would you keep us up to date on that? Including during the session.
Sure, yeah.
It's when you see disruptions, let us know what's going on.
Yeah, absolutely. And, we
you.
keep track of sort of federal grants that are coming into the state, and we have, all the details on the money, and we've been working with the Attorney General's office as needed to make sure that we can prove standing in different cases to show how some of the changes that have been suggested or implemented would negatively affect the
Gotcha.
state.
Okay, thank you,
So,
thank you.
Yep,
Mr. Chairman.
thank you,
Thank you, Madam Comptroller.
thank you.
Thank you all for your
Thanks.
team.
Thank you.
That concludes the hearing for the Comptroller. Next up, Judiciary. And our analyst will get us started. Here, take it. So we'll take a look. Afternoon. Good to see you.
You too, thank you. All righty. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Jacob Polikov for the Department of Legislative Services, here today to present the budget analysis for the Judiciary's fiscal 2026 allowance. As a reminder, the Judiciary's budget is self-created, and while it's submitted as part of the governor's budget, it is developed without executive branch oversight. The fiscal 2026 budget increases by $31.7 million, or 4.1%, over the fiscal 25 working appropriation, reaches a total of $813.4 million. General funds climbed by $32.4 million, largely due to the creation of new positions, along with salary increases for judges and other employees, along with security improvements in district court facilities. Federal funds do drop slightly by $1.2 million, mainly due to the expiration of a Federal Bureau of Justice Assistance Award. I will note on pages 3 and 4, we have a list of the actions recommended regarding the Judiciary's budget, as well as reports we're recommending the committee adopt narrative requesting. I'll be talking about those throughout the presentation, and we'll go through them in depth at the end. The Judiciary is composed of 4 courts, along with multiple programs which support the administrative, personnel, technological, and regulatory functions of the judicial branch. The courts include the Supreme Court of Maryland, the Appellate Court of Maryland, the Circuit Court of Maryland, and the District Court of Maryland. The Chief Justice also appoints a state court administrator to head the administrative office of the courts and oversee all aspects of administration. On page 5, we have discussion of our first performance metric in the analysis. In December 2024, the Judiciary submitted its annual report on court performance measures. Statistics from fiscal 2024 were compared to data from fiscal 2023 to measure changes in the Judiciary's performance. The Judiciary sets a standard for the number of days that each case should take for processing from start to finish. Criminal, driving under the influence, and traffic must appear cases are all set at 180 days in terms of time standard. Traffic payable and civil small cases are set to take no more than 180 days, and civil large cases are set to take 250 days. And as we see in Exhibit 1, which is on page 6, performance in the district court improved for every tracked case type compared to the prior year. Now, this wide range of tracked cases requires the judiciary to have procedures in place to effectively process cases and analyze performance and make changes as needed in personnel and practices. The data submitted by the judiciary is a sample of all of the cases in the state. According to the data sample, the average case processing time for all tracked case types was below the standards set by the judiciary in this particular court. That represents a notable improvement from fiscal 2023, where 3 of the 6 types actually exceeded the standard. However, one note here is that beginning with fiscal 2024, the judiciary did make a change in how processing time is calculated for DUIs and the traffic must appear case type. The clock on these cases now starts on the date a defendant first appears before a judicial officer rather than the date of the offense. As we see in Exhibit 2 on page 7, the sample size provided by the judiciary this year increased by just over 2,700 cases, bringing the total to just over 53,000 cases provided for analysis. The largest increases were in large and small civil cases. These increases aren't necessarily indicative of the formation of a trend, as the same case types previously decreased from 2022 to 2023. With that said, the judiciary continuously monitors the number of cases each year in total and in each court to determine the need for any additional personnel or a need for policy change to contend with changing case flows. At the bottom of page 7, we have the start of our second performance metric. That same report submitted by the judiciary with stats on the district courts provides statistics for the circuit court. Unlike the district court, the circuit court holds jury trials, deals with more serious criminal cases, along with major civil cases, family law cases, and many appeals from the district court. The state has circuit courts grouped into a total of 8 circuits, and as with the district court, the data provided is a sample of data from across the state. As we see in Exhibit 3 on page 8, the sample size increased by 1,164 cases in fiscal 2024. The bulk of the increase was in juvenile delinquency cases. Foreclosure cases also increased, and we saw decreases in criminal and civil cases particularly, which offset those increases. The average processing time for circuit court cases increased for 4 of the 8 tracked case types in fiscal 2024, as we see in Exhibit 4 on page 9. Increases were seen in juvenile delinquency and child in need of assistance, or CINA shelter cases, of 36 and 27 days, respectively. The judiciary should continue to work to evaluate the performance of the circuit court as they work to bring average case processing times within the time standard. And the judiciary should also comment on if a specific reason has been identified for the increase in juvenile delinquency cases. And given that 3 of the 4 case types where average processing time increased involved vulnerable children, what actions are being taken or could be taken to improve average case processing times in the circuit court for cases involving children? DLS is also recommending the adoption of committee narrative requesting the submission of an annual court performance measures report for fiscal 2025. Our third performance observation starts on page 10 and involves the judiciary's problem-solving courts. These courts are intended to deliver justice to defendants with certain characteristics meriting additional attention. These courts utilize a collaborative therapeutic system to deliver justice, to reduce recidivism and ensure that defendants can return to being productive members of the public. Each of these courts utilize partnerships with public and private entities to deliver positive outcomes for Marylanders involved in the justice system. PSCs maintain specialized dockets, which combine a variety of approaches for helping an individual leave the justice system and return to society, including therapy, other mental health support, assistance with finding housing and employment, rehab for drug or alcohol addiction, and other support as determined by the court, the prosecutor, public defenders, and other involved parties. The judiciary has created PSCs in 23 of the 24 jurisdictions in the state and monitors outcomes from these courts and evaluates the potential for additional courts of the existing types as well as new types of PSCs. The 2024 Joint Chairman's Report requested that the Judiciary submit a report on PSC performance and funding. Judiciary's response indicated that the actual cost to operate all PSCs in fiscal 24 was $8.2 million, and the fiscal 25 working appropriation contained $8.6 million for that purpose. The fiscal 2026 allowance contains $8.2 million. As shown in Exhibit 5 on page 11, circuit court problem-solving courts accounted for $6.8 million, or 82.6% of the funding for PSCs in fiscal 2024. Circuit courts received more funding for PSCs than the district court in each year. The Judiciary currently operates a total of 68 problem-solving courts, with the only jurisdiction without one being Garrett County. Exhibit 6 on page 12 shows a list of the types of PSCs, with adult circuit drug courts representing the most common type of PSC, with a total of 20. Exhibit 7 on page 13 shows that drug courts received $5.8 million in fiscal 24, or 67% of the total funding for PSCs, and that's consistent with drug courts being the most common type of PSC. Most of the funding is allocated for personnel expenses, with the remainder being for equipment, supplies, training, travel, and consultants. Funds are used in similar proportions across all types of PSCs, and it's worth noting that cases in PSCs have 3 possible outcomes: successful completion, administrative discharge, and unsuccessful completion. Now, what is administrative discharge? Administrative discharges occur when a defendant dies during the reporting period, their probation expires, or they move out of the jurisdiction. For drug courts, the overall number of successful completions was lower in fiscal 2024 than the number of administrative discharges and unsuccessful completions. As we see in Exhibit 8 on page 14, 297 individuals successfully completed the drug court program in fiscal 24, while 351 were administratively discharged and another 157 failed to successfully graduate from the program. Now, active cases, which include all defendants whose cases remained open at the end of the year, at the end of the fiscal year, including cases that started in the prior year, totaled 1,641. PSCs began fiscal 2024 with a total of 1,050 active cases. Drug court cases generally take longer than 1 year to complete, resulting in each fiscal year having more new and total active clients than completions. The other types of PSCs have varying rates of successful completions. In fiscal 24, mental health courts closed 300 cases, and those included 87% successful completions, or 87 successful completions, for a total of 29% of the closures. Veterans courts closed 51 cases, with 30 of them being successful completions. Therefore, the Judiciary should comment on what measures can be taken to improve success rates in all types of PSCs. The Judiciary should also comment on how criteria for acceptance into PSCs can be revised to lower the rate of unsuccessful completions in all court types. DLS recommends adopting committee narrative requesting a report on PSC funding and performance in fiscal 25, as well as anticipated costs by PSC type for fiscal 2026 and 2027. The fiscal 2025 appropriation included funding for a couple of legislative priorities, as we see on page 15. The legislature added $3.6 million in general funds to provide funding for private home detention monitoring. It's a program that's been coordinated by the Judiciary for several years. The American Rescue Plan Act of 2021 provided $5 million in federal funds, which were used by the state to provide private home detention monitoring to defendants accused of certain crimes awaiting trial. The responsibility for managing the program was given to the Judiciary. During the 2024 session, the Judiciary announced that the funds were nearly depleted after a surge in invoices submitted by the private contractors responsible for providing monitoring. The Judiciary had not previously established rules or guidelines regarding when invoices needed to be submitted after services were rendered. Additionally, data was not maintained regarding expected costs for defendants in the monitored home detention program. This funding was added after the Judiciary stated that the appropriated federal funds were running low and that defendants who would qualify for the program were at risk of being jailed while awaiting trial if additional funds were not appropriated. The fiscal 2026 allowance contains $3.2 million for this purpose. DLS recommends adopting committee narrative requesting the Judiciary submit quarterly reports on the status of the program, including statistics regarding the program's funding and the number of defendants in the program. Additionally, the first report should include the Judiciary's guidelines for when invoices need to be submitted. The legislature also added $3.6 million to be provided to the Maryland Legal Services Corporation, the MLSC, to provide access to counsel. MLSC provides access to counsel for Marylanders in need in a variety of civil case types with this funding and courts throughout the state via grants to nonprofit legal services providers. By statute, MLSC funds can only be used to serve clients with incomes at or below 50% of the median income in Maryland, and grantees are required to comply with annual program and financial audits to ensure compliance. Currently, MLSC's grant programs funded through the Judiciary focus on foreclosure prevention, workforce legal services, Judicare, which involves family law cases, and operating grants to support other legal services and fundraising efforts. As I previously mentioned, the fiscal 2026 allowance totals $813.4 million. In Exhibit 9 on page 16, we have a breakdown of the funding across the Judiciary's 11 programs, which include the trial courts, appellate courts, the administrative office of the courts, and various other functions. The trial courts receive the most funding, comprising 65% of the fiscal 2026 allowance. Funds for the Judiciary's major IT projects are housed within the Information Technology Units program. The programs grouped under other judiciary functions in Exhibit 9 include the State Law Library, pretrial home detention, and the Judiciary Units programs. In Exhibit 10 on page 17, we have a breakdown of the proposed changes in the Judiciary's allowance as compared to the fiscal 2025 working appropriation. The largest change involves $15.6 million for merit increases in fiscal 2026. Normally, state agencies have their merit increases budgeted in the statewide account in the Department of Budget and Management, but the Judiciary's allowance includes this funding. There's also $1.7 million for security renovations at district court facilities and additional funding for the Judiciary's help centers. The allowance also incorporates salary increases for judges in the amount of $10,000 per judge for fiscal 2026, as approved by the legislature after the Judicial Compensation Commission's most recent report was submitted in 2022. We have a breakdown of personnel data for the entire Judiciary on page 19. The allowance includes 13 new positions. Of these positions, 3 are specific to St. Mary's County, including a circuit court judge along with a law clerk and a courtroom clerk. The need for this judgeship and the accompanying clerk positions were certified in the report on judgeship needs for fiscal 2026 submitted by the Judiciary in December of last year. In the report, the Judiciary certified that the St. Mary's County Circuit Court has 207,246 minutes of work for judges per year, based on the average work from the 3 most recent years not impacted by the pandemic, fiscal 2019, 2023, and 2024. The total amount of work is approximately 86.4 weeks of work per year. St. Mary's County presently has 2 circuit court judges. The 2 existing judgeships should be able to adequately complete the amount of work for judges certified by the Judiciary and does not merit the creation of an additional judgeship. DLS is recommending the deletion of the new circuit court judge position and the new law clerk and courtroom clerk positions, along with the associated general funds. And additionally, DLS is recommending the adoption of committee narrative requesting a report on judgeship needs for fiscal 2027. The allowance also includes 2 case manager positions for the district court. Now, while the total number of cases heard by the district court did increase between fiscal 23 and 24, 2024 did not exceed 2022. Therefore, DLS is recommending deleting these 2 positions along with the associated funding. The remaining 8 positions include a staff attorney for the Appellate Court of Maryland, an assistant investigative counsel for the Commission on Judicial Disabilities, 2 new district court interpreters, and a total of 4 positions for the Administrative Office of the Courts, including a protective intelligence analyst, a human resources leave coordinator to support the new statewide family and medical leave insurance program, a technology initiatives associate, and a family services and policy specialist to assist juvenile and family services with the identification of guardianship cases which would benefit from custody, mental health services, and other efforts aimed at investigating fraud and abuse. The turnover rate for new positions in the Judiciary and the allowance is set to 5.72%. That turnover rate is below the 25% normally recommended for new positions to account for time needed to advertise, receive applications, interview, and hire a candidate. DLS is recommending increasing the budgeted turnover rate for new positions in the Judiciary in order to account for that time that's needed to fill the new positions after the start of the fiscal year. which is a general fund reduction of $393,939. Also, the 186.8 vacant positions present in the judiciary at the end of December 2024 are below the number of necessary vacancies for judiciary's budgeted turnover amount for existing positions in fiscal 2026, excuse me. If the judiciary continues to have this level of vacant positions, additional funding might be needed to fully fund personnel expenses. On page 21, we have the start of our first issue for discussion that involves the judiciary's progress on major IT projects. The judiciary submitted its annual report on these projects in December of 2024. Exhibit 11 on page 22 provides information included in the report on planned spending by project through fiscal 2029. The total spending on MITDPs in fiscal 26 is expected to be approximately $19.6 million, and that's down from $19.7 million estimated in the forecast submitted in December 2023. That decrease is due to several projects concluding in fiscal 2025, including the Maryland Electronic Courts, the MDEC project, and the Courthouse e-readiness project. However, the amount of the decrease is smaller due to several projects receiving increased funding in fiscal 26, including the Enterprise Content Records Management project, which receives $651,000 more in fiscal 26 than the prior year. The Mobile Information project, which is budgeted at $1.5 million in fiscal 26, or $500,000 more than the prior year, and the Enterprise Financial HR System and Digital Evidence projects, which each grew by $1 million in fiscal 26. The Voice over Internet Protocol, or VoIP Enterprise Deployment project, is now planned to conclude in fiscal 26. That project was previously forecasted to need funding through at least fiscal 2028. Additionally, the judiciary is now forecasting that the State of Maryland Automated Record Tracking, or SMART system replacement, that project will conclude in fiscal 2028. DLS is recommending the adoption of committee narrative requesting an annual report on the judiciary's MITDPs. Discussion of the second issue starts on page 23 of the document and involves the appointed attorney program. That program was created by the General Assembly in 2014 to ensure compliance with the decision issued by the Supreme Court of Maryland in DeWolf v. Richmond. The program supplies attorneys to represent indigent defendants at initial appearances before district court commissioners. The attorneys are private attorneys who are compensated by the state at a rate of $60 per hour. In each year since the program's inception, the budget committees have required the judiciary to report on the cost of the program. Data from fiscal 2024 shows that the full appropriation of $8.75 million was not used, with $266,994 remaining unspent. Exhibit 12 on page 24 shows a breakdown of the spending by judicial district, including a comparison with the amounts that the judiciary originally budgeted for each district. And Exhibit 13 on page 25 shows the total number of invoices paid in fiscal 2024, which decreased by 303 from fiscal 2023. Prior to the fiscal 2024 report, the judiciary provided data with the number of cases where representation was provided under the program. The fiscal 2024 report only provided data on the number of invoices paid. The 2024 JCR also requested that the judiciary's report on the appointed attorney program include the results of appearances where representation was provided by attorneys as part of the program. The 2024 report was the second year that this data was requested and was in the report. Having the total number of cases as well as the outcomes could help with evaluation of this program, as there may be ways to increase efficiency or reduce costs in the program, which is required to satisfy a constitutional requirement. The judiciary should comment on the number of defendants provided with representation under the program in fiscal 2024. DLS recommends reducing the funding for the appointed attorney program by $150,000 to better align with fiscal 2024 actual expenses. Additionally, DLS recommends adding language restricting $8.6 million in general funds to be used for the implementation of the program in accordance with DeWolf v. Richmond. Further, DLS recommends adding budget bill language restricting $250,000 in general funds, pending submission of a report on the costs and utilization of the appointed attorney program, including the results of the initial appearances and the total number of defendants provided with representation by the program. Starting on page 26, we have a comprehensive list of the actions recommended by DLS regarding the judiciary's budget. Yes, there are 20 of them, so I'm going to go through these quickly and efficiently, but also making sure we get the depth. So the first recommends that language be added to the general fund appropriation, reducing $687,742 in general funds and abolishing 5 new positions, including the new circuit court judge for St. Mary's County and the 2 other positions to support that role, along with 2 district court case managers. The second recommendation is to reduce $393,939 in general funds to increase turnover expectancy among new positions, with the Chief Justice authorized to allocate the reduction across the judiciary. The third is to reduce $600,000 in general funds made for the purpose of duplicating equipment expenses to align with fiscal 2024. The fourth action is to restrict $8.6 million of the appropriation made for the purpose of providing attorneys for required representation. That's the appointed attorney program. The fifth recommendation is to restrict $250,000 of the appropriation made for operating the appointed attorney program until the annual report on the costs and utilization of the program is submitted. The sixth action is to reduce $670,000 in general funds made for salary increases for contractual personnel to align these increases with other state employees. The seventh recommendation is to reduce $1 million in general funds made for the purpose of equipment repairs and maintenance, and that's to align with fiscal 2024. Recommendation number 8 is to increase the contractual employee turnover expectancy to better align with fiscal 2025 levels. That reduces $435,000 in general funds. The ninth item is to reduce $150,000 made for the purpose of providing attorneys for required representation at initial appearances before district court commissioners. The 10th recommendation is to reduce $175,000 in general funds made for the purpose of travel expenses to align with fiscal 2024's actual expenses. The 11th recommendation is to adopt narrative requesting the annual court performance measures report. The 12th recommendation is to adopt narrative requesting what's becoming the annual report on problem-solving court performance and funding. The 13th recommendation is to adopt narrative requesting the annual need report on the need for judgeships. That'll be for fiscal 2027. Number 14 is to reduce $500,000 in general funds made for the purpose of communications expenses to align with fiscal 2024's actual expenses. Number 15 is to reduce $900,000 in general funds made for the purpose of printing expenses to align with fiscal 2024 expenses. Number 16 is to reduce $1.2 million in general funds made for the purpose of software license expenses to decrease the funding available for additional software licenses. Number 17 is to reduce $1.25 million in general funds made for the purpose of contracted information technology services to align with fiscal 2024's actual expenses. Number 18 is to adopt narrative requesting the annual report on major information technology development project statuses. Number 19 is to adopt narrative requesting the annual report on the Land Records Improvement Fund's balance. And number 20 is to adopt narrative requesting quarterly reports on private home detention monitoring. As I mentioned previously, those reports should include the number of defendants enrolled, the number of defendants removed due to noncompliance, the number of defendants removed for specific other reasons, the total funds spent on the program in the prior quarter, the total amount of funds remaining for private home detention monitoring, and anticipated costs for the remainder of the year. With all of that, Mr. Chair, thank you, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Any questions from the members to our analysts? All right, Judge, you're on. And if you could introduce your panelists as you proceed.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and subcommittee members. We appreciate the opportunity to be here. I, for the record, am Matthew Fader, Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of Maryland. I have up here with me, starting on my left, our State Court Administrator, Judy Roop, the Chief Judge of the District Court of Maryland, John Morrissey, and the Administrative Judge for the Circuit Court for St. Mary's County, Joseph Stanalonis. We will all be speaking at 2 different items here. First, as always, I would like to thank Jacob Polikov for his detailed and thorough analysis. Thank you. We also, if I may, have been joined here today by 3 clerks of court for 3 of our circuit courts.
Please, definitely.
And whose budgets fall within the judiciary's budget. So I would like to ask them as a point of personal privilege if they could stand up when I call them. But Lisa Yates for the Circuit Court for Charles County.
Great to see you. District 27 and 8.
Next to her is Kevin Tucker with Clerk's Office for the Circuit Court for Washington County.
All right, District Chu.
And also Catherine Hager from the Circuit Court for Queen Anne's County.
All right, 36.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I also did want to extend appreciation to the staff at the Administrative Office of the Courts involved in pulling together all of our budget and the information to respond to the analysis and the questions. We have many of them here heading our budget and finance, government relations, IT, and all of the different divisions that are necessary to pull together for this. So I'm very appreciative of their efforts.
Very good.
I do want to begin by briefly explaining the principles that animate our budget decisions. Our stated mission in the judiciary, and it's been our mission for as long as any of us can remember, is providing fair, efficient, and effective justice for all. In doing so, we strive to do justice, to adhere to the rule of law, to promote equal justice under law for all Marylanders, while also serving as good stewards of public resources. In our most recent strategic plan, we've adopted 5 strategic initiatives that guide our budgetary decisions and our other decisions as well. They are accountability and public trust, access to justice, a healthy, diverse, and productive workforce, a service-oriented approach to court operations, and technology use that is effective and responsible. These initiatives are always in the forefront of our minds and our budget decisions. We thank the General Assembly for its work over the years and this year to support our commitment to equal justice and excellence in court services. We do recognize the existing budget climate. We recognize that in decisions that were made in putting together our budget this year, and we also recognize it in our decisions to accept several of the recommendations in the DLS report, and I'll go through those as we go. One thing that we do request in connection with several of those recommendations is that I retain the authority to allocate funds among programs where there are cuts that has traditionally been given to the judiciary. That was recommended with respect to, I think, 2 of the cuts, but not others in the report. There's one that I'll get to where I think it's absolutely necessary, and others where we would request that authority to reallocate across our budget. In responding to the analysis, we'll start with the 2 requests for comment and then move on to the recommendations. The first request for comment was on, first, whether we've identified a specific reason for the increase in judicial delinquency cases. The short answer is no, we have not identified a specific reason. We did experience a 38% increase statewide in juvenile delinquency filings. Cases, of course, come to the judiciary from outside entities. We don't initiate them, they're brought to us, each with our own specific facts and their own unique facts. And the factors surrounding what cases come to us vary across the state, jurisdiction by jurisdiction. There are a variety of different reasons that could be behind the overall increase, including prosecutorial decisions, underlying trends in criminal activity, changes in the laws applicable to juveniles, and many other factors. Some of those do vary by jurisdiction. At least as of now, we don't have the ability to identify any specific reason for the overall increase. The other part of that request for comment dealt with cases involving children, child in need of assistance cases, and termination of parental rights cases. We certainly agree that cases affecting children are extraordinarily important. We employ very tight and aggressive timeframes in all of those cases because of the importance of these cases generally and the importance in those cases of resolving them on a timely basis specifically. We're dedicated to working on trying to improve performance on meeting our self-imposed deadlines in those cases. There are a variety of factors that can cause cases to take longer to work through the system than we would like. There are, of course, constitutional rights involved in those cases, difficulties in locating parties sometimes, and making sure that everyone's due process rights are respected. But one significant factor that we have identified with respect to some of the difficulties and reasons why the case times have increased over the past year is external resource constraints, resource constraints from parties that are external to the judiciary. Notably, there's a limited set of attorneys across Maryland who work on these cases. There are only about 35 public defenders and 115 panel attorneys that practice in child in need of assistance and termination of parental rights cases. There are also resource constraints in DSS offices that are involved in bringing these cases and in the proceedings after they're brought. That lack of resources results in postponements and other challenges that slow down the cases. Although we lack the ability to assist with resolving those resource constraints specifically, we are focused on finding ways to make the process more efficient, and we will be forming a work group or task force, depending on how you look at it, to try to find ways both internally and externally to make those cases more efficient so that we can try to winnow that down, and also if there are ways we can try to provide assistance with the external resources, we can try to see if we can do that, which would not be obviously our ability to do it directly, but if we can be influential in helping to make that happen, we would like to be able to do that. I'll now turn it over to our State Court Administrator, Ms. Rube, to address the second request for comment.
Before
Yes.
you move on, I want to make sure, because it's pretty extensive, so if there are any questions as we move along, as you are responding to the matters. Okay, we'll continue.
Thank you. Ms. Rube.
Thank you. On page 14, let me make this a little closer. On page 14, we were asked to comment on problem-solving courts specifically, what measures can be taken to improve success rates, and how criteria for acceptance into problem-solving courts can be revised to reduce unsuccessful completions. Since 1994, the Judiciary has established more than 68 problem-solving courts dedicated to helping participants navigate complex challenges of substance use disorders, mental health issues, veteran recovery, and truancy. By combining accountability with evidence-based treatment and behavioral health services, Maryland's problem-solving courts continue to transform lives and strengthen communities throughout the state. In 2024, the Central Maryland Regional Veterans Treatment Court was established. This program serves eligible veterans charged with misdemeanors in Baltimore City, Baltimore County, Carroll County, Harford County, and Howard County. The regional model supports courts too small to have their own program. The Regional Veterans Treatment Court honors veterans' service by providing them with the necessary resources and support to address underlying issues contributing to criminal behavior, thereby facilitating their reintegration into society. We ensure the successful completion of program participants by utilizing nationally recognized criteria, specifically the risk and needs triage screening tool to identify the most suitable candidates for problem-solving courts. This approach helps minimize unsuccessful completions. Additionally, we continually evaluate best practices and provide ongoing training on key topics such as selecting the right participants, supporting families of incarcerated parents, mental health first aid, and establishing community advisory boards. These efforts are designed to enhance participant success rates across all problem-solving courts. All problem-solving courts are evaluated annually to determine how well we are adhering to national standards for screening and assessments. We increased our adherence rates from 76% in fiscal '22 to 89% in fiscal '24. Lastly, we utilize dashboards and metrics to track success rates and are dedicated to continuously refining our processes to ensure the best possible outcomes for all participants.
Thank you.
So if there are no questions on that, we will move on to the recommendations.
Yes, I do have a question on, as I look back at my writing over here. So your external resources that you obviously don't have control of. Going back to the extended time. Are there any national conferences or boards that you all that you may be a part of that may have the same challenge that we're having here in Maryland, those timelines?
So I think that I don't know a specific national board. I know, talking to my colleagues in other states, that having sufficient resources, especially within the public defender's office, is a problem nationally. And that obviously the public defender's office provides representation in criminal cases, most notably, but also they provide representation in these child in need of assistance cases and termination of parental rights cases. And so they are stretched. And I do not believe that to be a problem unique to Maryland.
Okay. All right.
And just anecdotally from our judges, they try to set things in, and the public defender's office may have somebody who needs to be there in that jurisdiction who also has to be in, 2 other jurisdictions at the same time. And there's just nothing you can do about that if they don't have somebody else to step in, because people in those cases have a right to representation.
I certainly understand. I had a meeting with the public defender the other day, but also in that regard, we were also talking about challenges with DSS across the board.
We are.
Okay. All right. Okay. You can move through recommendations if you're ready.
Yes. So for recommendation number 1, which is to abolish 5 of the newly requested positions, 3 that all relate to a proposed new judgeship in St. Mary's County, and 2 that are for new district court case managers. We accept the recommendation with respect to the 2 case managers in acknowledgement of the state's fiscal constraints. We would request, as is suggested there, the ability to reallocate those costs. We respectfully disagree with respect to the 3 new positions in St. Mary's County that all relate to really the quest for a single new judge. In addition to each judge, that comes along with a law clerk and a courtroom clerk. So they're really all related to that specific request. The Judiciary has traditionally asked the General Assembly to authorize new judgeships only when the methodology that we have long employed, which is based on a model provided by the National Center for State Courts, certifies a need to do so. That methodology is based on an assessment of how long it takes to handle different types of cases on average across the state. So it's not jurisdiction specific, it's on average across the state. And it's based on the number of cases in those types that have been filed across the state over the prior 3 years, in this case, the prior 3 years that have been unaffected by COVID. We're currently using a model that it was completed in 2017 for that purpose. There was a partial update in 2022, but the last full update was in 2017. This year, that assessment certified a need for 4 new judgeships across the state. For a variety of reasons, including lack of space and fiscal considerations, we did not request a new judgeship in any of those 4 jurisdictions. 4 other jurisdictions reached out requesting that we request an additional judgeship in each of them, notwithstanding that the model did not certify that need. In 3 of those jurisdictions, we are not making a request for a new judgeship. I will say that each of those jurisdictions made a good case for needing additional resources, but the bar for us to make a request for a new judgeship where the model didn't support it is extraordinarily high, in order that we maintain credibility with you by adhering to our rigorous methodology. Given the cases that those other jurisdictions made for needing new judges, we are accelerating the process of updating our model to ensure that it does accurately reflect need, but we haven't come to you with those 3 requests, notwithstanding the request by those jurisdictions. The Circuit Court for St. Mary's County cleared our high bar because there have been demonstrable changes in that court's workload that we know are not accounted for in our model. Although many of our jurisdictions are only now returning to the same caseload numbers they had before the pandemic, St. Mary's has increased caseloads. Most significantly, its contested criminal jury trials have increased. They are 261% higher for calendar year 2024 than in calendar year 2019. That's particularly significant because the model that we employ to analyze the need for new judgeships doesn't account for what happens to cases after they're filed. It's based on filings. So if that jurisdiction experiences a very significant difference in what happens to those filings after they're made, we know that's not accounted for in our model. So that 261% increase in jury trials, notwithstanding that there's actually been a decrease in criminal filings, is very significant and not accounted for in the model. St. Mary's County has also seen a 62% increase over that same period in family law merits hearings. The number of family law cases that actually go to hearings before a judge than they did in calendar year 2019. Those, it's obviously, when something goes to a jury trial or a merits hearing, it takes a lot more time than a case that is resolved by a settlement or a plea agreement. And we know, based on the model that we use, that those things are not accounted for in the model. So I wanted to explain why this is an unusual case, because it is based on factors that we know are not accounted for in that model. And in spite of the court's efforts to address that backlog, those changes have not allowed the court to do so. And we do have here Judge Standalonis, the administrative judge of that court. I did want to make one clarification. Mr. Polikov is right that there are currently only 2 judges in St. Mary's County, but there actually should be 3. One of those positions is vacant. So this is actually a request to move from 3 to 4 judgeships in St. Mary's County. There already are 3 judgeships, even though there are currently only 2 judges. We had a sudden and unexpected death of the prior administrative judge, Michael Stom, last year, and that vacant position is currently in the process of being filled. But this would increase from 3 to 4 the judges in St. Mary's County. And I'd ask Judge Standalonis to just say a little bit more briefly about the issues they're experiencing with the workload.
Members of the committee, thank you very much for your consideration. I do want to thank the Judiciary for supporting our request. I think the best thing to do is to just give you some background on I've been a judge for 6 years. I previously worked in the state's attorney's office for 24 years and my entire career in St. Mary's County. To give you an example of what has changed in 2019, typically, we would have 2 weeks out of the month scheduled for criminal jury trials. That 2-week period would usually in each week would be 2 to 3 days for those trials. And the vast majority of those cases would be settled by way of a plea bargain, not requiring us to have all that many jury trials. We had a change in state's attorney 2 years ago. And as a result, there is significantly less plea bargaining and substantially more trials. To give you the something that you can visualize, we now have 3 to 4 weeks per month scheduled for criminal jury trials, and within those weeks we are now scheduling 4 and 5 days for those trials to happen. It's true that the criminal cases, the filings are flat, but the number of trials has substantially increased. Also, there has been a substantial increase in serious crimes in St. Mary's, violent crimes. Our murder rate back in 2019 was probably averaging around 1 per year. I think it's now at 8 or 9 per year. The number of shootings that we have, the number of violent cases has gone up, which is also accounted for why the trials are taking longer to conclude. That has impacted all of the rest of our cases. This request probably should have been made a year ago. But over a year ago, when we recognized that we were using more court time for these criminal cases, the judges all got together and we agreed that we would sort of roll up our sleeves and we would try to see if we could make modifications and do something that would impact these numbers. And so if any of you are attorneys, typically in Maryland, court starts at 9 o'clock, there's a lunch recess, and court usually ends around 4:30. In St. Mary's, for over a year, the judges all agreed that we would start court as early as 8:30, some days 8:15. Most days we go through the lunch hour, and many days we go past the 4:30 time period. That's the time that we're physically in court. Outside of court, you then have to spend additional time preparing for the next case, drafting memorandums and briefs, and doing search warrants and all the other tasks that are required. So we have been doing that for over a year, and we're not seeing any substantial change in the ability to get cases done in a timely fashion. To give you some example, for family cases, for any case, if you walk into St. Mary's today and say, hey, judge, I need 1 day in front of a judge for a trial of any type, the earliest day I can give you is September. And that's the first available day I have. If you need more than 1 day, it's probably later than that. Our civil case numbers are up, but the trials are not up. But right now, when you come for scheduling in a civil case, it's over a year before I can give you a trial date. When you come in for a family case, it's 7 to 8 months before I can give you a trial date. That may not seem like a substantial amount of time, but if you come in and your significant other has left and taken the kids, and is refusing you access and visitation, and you request an expedited hearing so that you can get access and visitation while you wait for that trial in 8 months, unfortunately, the first day I can give you with a judge is that same 8 months. So you're going to go 7 months or 8 months without access and visitation. If you are the parent who is left with these children and the breadwinner has walked out the door and is not providing any support, and you come and ask for an expedited hearing in front of a judge in order to get child support or temporary alimony, the earliest day I can give you is September right now. And that has been the case for well over the past year. It was longer. And that is when you come in for your scheduling conference, which is already 30 or 60 days after your filing in those family cases. So you're talking about really a year before somebody's able to get into court. And so we have done everything that we can to try and balance this need, but we can't do any more. And judges are working well late into the night. They're coming in on weekends. The running joke in our courthouse, clerks are asking if our filing stamp is incorrect because we're signing orders at 7, 8, 9 o'clock at night. I've had some days where I'm signing orders at midnight because I'm still sitting at my desk trying to get caught up on paperwork because we've had trial after trial after trial and no time to do it. So the stamps are correct. We are working well beyond the normal hours, and we are underwater. This is not a luxury request. This is a request for a lifeboat. We're drowning.
So thank you for that. And before I go to Senator Salling, let me ask you a couple questions. Judge, you mentioned since your new state's attorney came into office. So, as appropriators, we need to ask the question. The question is, if you get a new state's attorney, do you go back to the way you were operating?
So that,
and then secondly, the impact, and I don't know if I caught it, the impact of the cases since COVID. Obviously, everyone had to catch up. So answer those, and then I have a couple others.
So this increase is not, we were caught up after COVID. So St. Mary's County, I started doing Zoom hearings for my problem-solving court the very next week after COVID shutdown took place because we already had the technology in our courthouse to do it. I think I was one of the first ones to do it. We were in person, I think, before most of the state was. So these case numbers are not a reflection of a COVID backlog. This is really just a change in circumstances. You ask an excellent question about the state's attorney situation. This state's attorney is a very young state's attorney. The state's attorney that she replaced, I think, served 6 consecutive terms. The state's attorney before that state's attorney served 5 consecutive terms, both of them well into their 70s. One stopped serving because of cancer. The other one lost in his election. While I would like to say, oh, there's a good chance, like the rest of the state where state's attorneys come and go, I have no reason to believe that this state's attorney is going to be leaving. I don't know that, but I have to prepare and plan for life. This is the new normal. And I have seen no reduction in that whatsoever.
Gotcha. I appreciate you addressing those. And Chief Judge Morrissey, we are going to get to you. But this is a request that's out of the norm. Yes. And so we need to ask the questions. Administrative judges that come back, retired judges that come back, we see that in the other circuits. And we don't have any attorneys on our panel, but, at least one of us have, dealt for a number of years with the courts. So how about administrative help judge in the meantime for the court?
So we have been using, not counting this time period where Judge Stamm passed away, even before he passed away, we already were using senior judges in our courthouse every day that a sitting judge was on vacation, was on leave, or was in training. We were already using senior judges for that purpose. So we use every courtroom, and we're using that resource as much as we possibly can. During this current time period, while we are waiting for the appointment of the 3rd judge, we have that courtroom has been operating full time with cases that were already scheduled even before Judge Stamm passed, because we're scheduling a year out. We're well past a year. So we've been using senior judges in that courtroom. There's been no reduction in the flow of casework through that courtroom, even though we're technically down a judge. We've been using our senior judges. So some of them only work the number of days they're allowed to work and get paid. Some of them have actually been working additional days and not being paid to assist us with this backlog, but we're using them.
Okay, all right. I appreciate that. I'll have other questions with some follow-ups as well. Senator Sullivan.
You kind of took my thunder there, but it's so good. And he does. But I was gonna go right to like retired judges, because I know a lot of the counties throughout the states, that's one thing they can refer back to.
Sure.
Which is a benefit for you. But is there a reason why, I mean, an underlying reason why you're not able to get an extra judge or a judge? Is there some things that, like qualifications or other means, is there things that maybe we need to do to try to assist to help us out in some way?
Are you talking about with senior judges?
Senior judges or judges in general that you need to fill in?
So currently, as I understand it, Charles, we're all in the same circuit, Charles, Calvert, St. Mary's, and Prince George's. I know Prince George's has had a substantial number of amount of turnover with their circuit court bench. And I've been told politely that I think they have 10 or 11 new judges, and they don't have the ability to send judges down to take any cases for us. Charles County has 5 judges, and I've been told they are using their judges and that they are not really free to send a judge down to help us out. And Calvert County has 3 judges in the same situation. With regard to the senior judges, we actually have a few judges who are actually coming from as far away as Montgomery County and Baltimore City to help us out. The vast majority of senior judges tend to like to be closer to home. And we are a peninsula all the way at the southern tip of the western shore, and a lot of judges do not want to fight through Prince George's County traffic and in each direction to come down and sit in our county, even though they like the drive and they like the food. They don't like the traffic. So we are fortunate that we do have some judges coming from far away to help us out. We do have local judges that are helping us out, but they're running out of time.
And if I could just make a couple other points on that. Charles County was actually one of the other counties that requested a new judgeship because of their own issues, and we are not coming asking for one, even though they made a pretty good case that they need one. So there are other issues there. And the other point is we rely very heavily on our senior judges. They provide great service to us. That's we are indebted to them for keeping a lot of our courts afloat, but they are a finite resource, and they also, and there are actually other recommendations here that we'll get to that actually would take some money away from our ability to use senior judges, but they do cost money, and so that when they work, at least up until they work a third of the days of another judge, they get the salary of basically an active judge during that time. So it's more sort of where the money's coming from, but that's not a solution for that offsets the money completely.
Yeah. I appreciate that.
All right, and thank you. And Judge, the line of questioning, at least for me, lends to the vacant position and the timeline to replace that third judge.
Yes.
So can you speak to that?
When Judge Stamm unexpectedly died, there had not been a judicial nominating commission set up in St. Mary's County. The governor's office sets up judicial nominating commissions to vet candidates when those openings come available. They had not been expecting Judge Stamm's passing, and so they had not set one up. After he passed, they set up a judicial nominating commission. It is now operating. I believe that it is scheduled to meet in April. April 8th. It is set to meet in April 8th. So that's when the candidates will appear, and they will send names to the governor at that point so that he can appoint. But that's the schedule that they're on.
Thank you. Appreciate it, Senator Roosevelt.
And thank you. I apologize.
And then we're going to move to district court. So.
Fair enough. Did a question get asked vis-a-vis federal money?
Oh, no, not yet. Not yet.
Okay, I just
but you can ask.
Yeah, you get a little bit of federal money, or you have been getting a little bit of federal money. There's a little lot going on with federal money these days. Is there anything you know about? You may not get it in the future, or quickly, or Any information at all?
So we get a little over $3 million in federal funds. Most of it is for the foster care improvement
Right.
program, and we anticipate those funds continuing to support children in foster care in our welfare system. We have two other small Bureau of Justice Administration grants that help with two small projects, and we feel that those will continue.
So on the foster one, which is a major one, what is the federal agency it comes from?
The FCCIP comes from Department of, I would have to get back to you on that, I apologize.
Okay, if you could let us know where it comes from. Secondly, have you had any communication with them on this issue since January 20th?
We have not.
Okay. All right, we get the information who it is.
Yeah, we have not. I'll say that we participate in the Conference of Conference of Chief Justices and the Conference of State Court Administrators, which are national organizations that are very much following these issues, and we get weekly briefings on what's going on there, and so we're really trying to stay up. And we have not heard that the spigot for those funds is going to be turned off, but we're actively monitoring that.
I'm sure.
And I promise this is by far the longest of our responses to the recommendations, but I did want to be able to go through the others and respond to them.
Judge, as you know, and everybody in the room knows, this is a unique year.
It is.
So we need to make sure that we have all the information when we make decisions. So we'll take the time that's necessary.
Thank you. On recommendation number 2, which is to reduce funds to increase the turnover rate budgeted for new positions to 25%, we actually did use 25% as the turnover rate for new positions. It's possible that a source of confusion on that might be that our personnel data is calculated outside the state's budget system. So we think there may be a disconnect concerning the data sets on that, but we're going to try to work with DLS in order to clarify that. But we think we did use 25%, so we would disagree that there's a reduction needed for that. Okay. Recommendation number 3 is to reduce by $600,000 in general funds for the purpose of duplicating equipment expenses and acknowledgement of the state's fiscal constraints. Now, we accept that recommendation, but would ask for the authority to reallocate across the budget. Recommendations 4, 5, and 9 all address the appointed attorney program, so I'm going to turn it over to Chief Judge Morrissey to address those.
Good afternoon, Chair Jackson and members of the subcommittee. For the record, my name is John Morrissey, and I'm Chief Judge of the District Court of Maryland. I did, Senator Jackson, volunteer to go be cross-designated and sit in St. Mary's County, but no one thought that was a very good idea.
Well, we could have sent you a recommendation letter, at least 2 of us.
So as to recommendation number 4, generally 4, 5, and 9 all relate to the appointed attorney program. They're contained on pages 23 through 27 of Jacob's report. As to the $8.6 million restriction on the funds for the appointed attorney program, this has always been the norm of the program, and we concur with that recommendation. Recommendation number 5 would restrict $250,000 in the judiciary's budget until a particular report regarding the appointed attorney program is provided. And so we agree and disagree with this particular item. We have been giving a report to DLS at their request. We've not been giving them everything that they want, and there's a reason, there's a number of reasons why that I'd like the opportunity to explain and to hopefully work with DLS to resolve this situation. The first is that what they're requesting is individual outcome data on the initial appearances that appear before the commissioners. And that may seem like a relevant data point, but you're talking about 30,787 cases. It's a very large data set. Our program system is not designed to pick out those 30,787 out of the 90,000 initial appearances that the commissioners do on a yearly basis. The level of effort on that to generate this type of report is approximately $48,000. And so before I instructed JIS, our information technology people, to do the programming change that we needed, I'd just like to explain the reasons why we didn't prepare this before, and that's that the appointed attorney program is required to fill the constitutional right of ensuring that each indigent defendant has the opportunity for counsel at the initial appearance. The right has to be fulfilled in its regardless of whatever decision the commissioner makes. It's irrelevant, quite frankly. Not that the commissioner's decisions aren't important, but as to the efficiency of the system, if a person is qualified, there has to be an appointed attorney if they requested to be provisioned. There's also complicating factors. There's statutory requirements where a defendant is charged with certain crimes, the serious, like maximum penalty of life in prison, a sexual offense, certain firearms charges, that remove the commissioner's discretion at all from releasing the individual. So it's going to be a hold without what we call a no bond setting. And that's regardless of whether there's an appointed attorney there or not there. Yet an individual can still request an appointed attorney, and we still have a constitutional duty to appoint that attorney, even if the appointed attorney is kind of drawing dead, to use a poker parlance. They can't win in the situation. So, and then finally, initial appearance outcome data requested wouldn't help guide decisions as to the efficiency or effectiveness of the program. The facts of each case are unique, and they really depend on multiple issues. It's 4216.1 of the Maryland rules lists a laundry list of conditions that each judicial officer has to look at. And they include things like the current charges, the seriousness of the current charges, the prior criminal record, the number of times the defendants previously failed to appear, employment history, safety of the victim, and the appointed attorney argument is part of the relevant decision making. They would go over those factors and do it. But it's really not relevant to whether the program is working effectively or efficiently. As I mentioned to Jacob before this, I'd be happy to work with DLS for a report. And I think a more proper review would be the scheduling methodology that we use, our initiation and use, and when we've been tweaking the system all along with our technological advancements. And we can outline to this committee what we've done from kind of the program initiation in 2014 and incorporated technology in it and kind of limited the amount of on-call, because we now have video technology that enables one appointed attorney to serve multiple jurisdictions. And I think we're always looking at efficiencies. I'd be happy to produce a report that had that type of data in it, because I think it'd be much more beneficial to this committee in the long run in evaluating the program. And then finally, on recommendation number 9, it would reduce $150,000 from the appointed attorney program to align with fiscal 24 actuals. And we're happy to say that we brought the program in under budget this last year. I'd like to give kudos to my Director of Commissioners, Tim Haven, and his team, and we accept that $150,000. We can program to that $8.6 million that's in the current budget allocation.
Right, and thank you, Judge. We will revisit 5, and we'll figure it out. All right, and because, you know, it's pertinent information, we need to make sure that the information we're seeking, you know, that we can actually get it, and that it's actually going to meet the needs that we have. So we'll figure it out.
And we'd be happy to work with you.
All right, thank you. Judge.
Thank you. Recommendation 6 is related to personnel, and this is to reduce by $670,000 in general funds for salary increases for contractual personnel. And this we will accept with a caveat, which is this is the one I alluded to earlier where we really need the authority to reallocate. There are 2 big categories of contractual personnel we have. One is district court bailiffs, security personnel in district court. And we do provide through our budget the salaries for them. The other is our senior judges, who we were just talking about. We do not have discretion as to the rate at which their pay increases, because their pay is directly tied to active judges, and the decisions with respect to active judges' pay is made on an every 4-year basis, so that's already in the budget. So their pay will rise at a slightly greater level. I think it's about 4.5% next year than others, and so we cannot just cap it at that rate because it's set by law. So that increase will happen. We will accept the recommendation for the decrease of $670,000 in general funds, but that's the one where we really do need to be able to reallocate, because the increase is already set by law.
Gotcha.
Recommendation 7 is to reduce by $1 million in general funds for equipment repairs and maintenance expenses. We accept that recommendation in acknowledgement of the state's fiscal constraints, but request the ability to reallocate. Recommendation 8 is to increase contractual employee turnover expectancy to better align with 2025 levels. It's our understanding that turnover is with respect to our senior judges, and because of the unique status of senior judges, they're not on staff with turnover, they are only called upon when they are needed. So it's not really a model where turnover rate comes into play. They are there when they're needed, they're brought in, they're paid for the hours that they're brought in and not otherwise. So there is no turnover rate in years past that's applicable to that position. And so we would disagree with that.
And I appreciate that. I do understand that part of it, but I also need you, if you could, Judge, as we ask for additional information, and there's a piece of additional information, remind us by sending up the information that ties the salaries to and the increases to the sitting judges, if you could.
Sure, we can certainly do that.
So, thank you.
Okay, 10 is to reduce by $175,000 in general funds for the purpose of travel expenses and in acknowledgement of the state's fiscal constraints. We accept that recommendation, but would request the ability to reallocate across the budget. Recommendations 11, 12, 13, 18, and 19 are all for reports. And we accept the recommendation to submit reports that's dealing with court performance, problem-solving courts, judgeship needs, major IT projects, and the Land Records Fund, so we accept all of those. Recommendation 14 is for a reduction of $500,000 in general funds for purpose of communications expenses. We do accept that recommendation in acknowledgement of the state's fiscal restraints, but would request the ability to reallocate that across the judiciary. Recommendation 15 is for a reduction of $900,000 in general funds for purposes of printing expenses. That as well, we accept that recommendation, but would request the ability to reallocate across the judiciary. For recommendation 16 and 17, they would also reduce operations, but I'm going to turn it over to State Court Administrator Roop to address those two recommendations.
Thank you. So recommendation 16 and 17 also reduce operations, and we respectfully disagree with those. On page 9, for recommendation 16, it reduces general funds needed to purchase software licenses. In 2024, the Judiciary's technology team successfully completed the migration of the final court onto Maryland's statewide electronic filing and case management system, MDEC. This milestone has significantly enhanced accessibility, improved court efficiency, increased transparency, and strengthened case tracking and management. Our technology initiatives are strategically aligned to ensure system reliability and data integrity in support of both courts and the public. A key component of this is ensuring the availability of essential software licenses. The costs associated with software licenses directly impact continuity of critical court services. These licenses support document management. Our system processes, reformats, and distributes financial reports received from the Annapolis Data Center. We have experienced rising costs due to the merger of vendors for virtual service, enterprise licensing, and Microsoft 365. These licenses support increased user capacity and enhanced security features, including phishing and threat detection. These upgrades are essential for safeguarding court operations statewide. Lastly, we experience rising costs for Zoom Enterprise plus Government model. The transition to this upgraded model expands capacity and functionality, ensuring we can meet the growing demands for remote proceedings effectively. On page 10, recommendation 17 reduces general funds for contracted information technology services. These services are essential to maintain the judiciary's ability to function securely and reliably. For example, contracted information technology services support fundamental operations of Maryland courts, including case management, financial reporting, and digital document processing. Courtroom video processing and conferencing has become a vital tool for ensuring access to justice, particularly for remote hearings, scheduling and status conferences, and accommodating individuals with accessibility barriers. Budget reductions could lead to limitations in virtual proceedings, undermining the court's ability to serve the public effectively. Lastly, rather than data infrastructure cabling managed by 24 counties. The judiciary has invested in statewide cabling network to ensure reliability and security throughout our entire court system. These funds continue to support these critical networks. These investments are crucial for maintaining unified court operations and ensuring that Maryland Judiciary continues to provide secure, efficient, and accessible services to the public. Therefore, the judiciary respectfully requests a reconsideration of reductions in these two areas. And Senator, thanks to the wonders of technology, I have been able to answer the question about the federal agency for the foster care improvement project. It's HHS, the U.S. Administration for Children and Family, provides those incredibly meaningful funds to us that we deploy statewide. Thank you.
Thank you.
And then the last recommendation, number 20, is for reporting requirement on private home detention, and I'll ask Chief Judge Morrissey to address that one.
And just to add one thing to what Ms. Roop said, while we were here today, Judy and I both, Ms. Roop and I both got a notification from our JS department that we had accepted the 20 millionth electronic filing in our MDEX system. So it was just a random email that he sent because he thought it would be cool. And I'm going to send the attorney out a little certificate that says congratulations on Lake McDonald's. We've served 20 million. Recommendation 20 involves a proposed reporting requirement on the private home detention. Again, I have a problem with the report. Just give you a little background. I'm sure you're all familiar with the origins of the program when this program was kind of placed in our budget without consulting with us. Nonetheless, I'm pleased to report that this year the program has been operating much smoother than in the past, and that we were able to come in under budget this year. After the last session and having to come with the expiration of the federal funds, we broke in between the one funding and the second set of the new funding that we've got. We took that opportunity to revamp all of our contractual agreements with the agencies. We reissued contracts. We tightened the reporting requirements. We had just never envisioned before, having come from private practice before, the bills went out on the first of the month every month. That was clockwork, and why would you not send out your billing statements on the first of the month? These agencies hadn't, and that's what caused the problems last time. Now they're required to submit them within 60 days, so we know and can track into the future exactly how they're doing, and so there's no more than a 60-day delay in them submitting their invoices to us. In addition, we've also been participating in a work group that was brought up. It was in the original legislation 3 years ago. It was put in legislation last year. It's off to a slow start. However, they're meeting at the end of this month. Hopefully all the players will have been put in that. We have Judge Green from the city that's our representative on that, and that we have even better news that Chair Klippinger has introduced House Bill 1125 this year that would expand the scope of that work group looking at this private home detention program to try to put some regulations behind it. There are no real, other than licensing requirements by public safety, there are no real regulations behind that. We'd very much welcome that. We hope this work group can make great recommendations to it. The issue that we have with the reports, and we can accommodate all but two of the bullets that they request in the report, and that the two that we have a hard time with is the reasons for why a person would be removed from private home detention. So removal can occur at many different stages throughout the case, and it can be for benign reasons as well as not good reasons. For example, private home detention would end at the end of case termination, right? So let's just take an example, I would end up finding the person guilty after a trial, and I would sentence them to a year in jail, give them credit for time served of a year in jail. So they're going to be released. But as a judge, I don't say I'm terminating their private home detention at this point. The jail you probably know this, Senator, from your work, or the jail does it, or someone takes the ankle bracelet. Well, they're probably not. If they were in jail, they don't have an ankle bracelet. But if they were out in the street and out, and I just said they're not guilty, they would have to go get that ankle bracelet taken off, but it's not a finding I make in court. I would find them not guilty, or I would find them guilty, and if that was the case and they were out on the street, they'd be taken into custody. But in either event, there's nothing in the case management system that explains what the reason was for that. Another example would be that if a child is charged as an adult, it would start in the district court, and if we place them on private home detention, it may be transferred to the circuit court, and we have a business process for that to follow it through to the circuit court. But if it's waived back down, then the Department of Juvenile Services then takes over the monitoring of it, and they would replace the private home detention monitoring with a monitor from DGS, and then DGS takes over the financial handling of that. It's no longer a private home detention case. And again, we would know that that the case has been waived down, but we don't have a flag indicator in the case management system that explains this is the reason why. We would just know that there's been a termination event. So we know there's been a termination event, but we don't know why. And again, I haven't had the ability to ask our IT department if they could program around this, because there's nothing in this is a little different than the last case. There's nothing in the case file that would tell us the reasons why they were terminated. It could be that they violated the terms of their probation, and that's why it was terminated, but it could be a very benign reason too, like the case ended.
Well, Judge, if I might, as we work through these things, maybe there's an indicator that says, that refers, the report refers to DOC or refers to DJS or some matter, but that's for further discussion with you and the analysts.
That'd be great.
Because we just want some clarity, actually, obviously for the report, and this committee, also has the budgets for those folks, so we have a relationship with those agencies as well. So all the partner agencies. So.
With that said, I'll end my testimony, Chairman, and I'd like to thank the subcommittee for their hard work and all and to Jacob too. Jacob's one of those people that I could email at midnight and Jacob would respond to me at 12:01. So thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
And I turn it back over to the Chief.
So that does conclude our responses for the comments and the recommendations, and we very much appreciate all of your attention and are happy to take any other questions.
Absolutely. Senator Roadstrip.
Yeah, I want to ask about AI. Yeah. So AI is taking over the legal profession, as you know. We had a long, good talk with the Attorney General about it in terms of what he's doing. So what are you guys doing with AI in the judiciary?
So we're addressing AI in a lot of different respects. We are both excited by the prospect of AI and I think appropriately terrified by some of it as well, as far as the implications for our handling of cases and what comes before us. I'm sure everybody's seen headlines about lawyers submitting briefs to courts with lots of false, hallucinated case sites in them. We have been looking into using AI in a number of different business processes for quite some time, including redaction software for expungements that we've been using and deploying it in that respect. We're actively looking at it with respect to benefits for case processing and seeing what we can do with, to catch cases coming in, both with information that shouldn't be there, with triaging, sending the filings to the right place. That's something that, as we continue to look at our case management system, we're looking at. Our judicial information systems, our IT department is actively looking at and developing a chatbot. I recently saw a depiction of what it is that they're working on that is very exciting. That's very exciting for its internal facing capabilities of allowing people to maximize productivity by being able to find things a lot easier and use it in that respect. It's very exciting for the potential external facing capability of allowing greater access. Some of the things that those things can do with respect to language facility, additional languages, and converting documents and information is just stunning. And so we are actively engaged in trying to figure out how we can deploy artificial intelligence across our systems in those ways. With respect to what's coming in the door, this is something I've been particularly interested in, both with our own system, but also with some national organizations that are trying to look at helping to prepare state courts for artificial intelligence, which is that generative artificial intelligence threatens to really democratize false evidence, meaning it will become much cheaper and easier to produce evidence that is fake but looks real. And that has a twofold problem. One is the evidence that's fake but looks real. The other is the evidence that's real but people expect might be fake because our brains have been wired to be more skeptical of that. Both present really significant problems with respect to the ability to get justice in courts. And I'm actually very happy to have worked with Senator Hester on a bill that's been introduced this year in order to create an evidence pilots project where we would partner with an educational institution in Maryland to build the capacity to have expert witness services come into court to assess the authenticity of digital evidence to be able to provide an opinion to the court. That's not necessary where both parties are appropriately resourced and can resort to expert witness testimony on their own. But because of the democratization of deep fakes, where you have where we're going to see the people who just come into court right now and hold up their cell phone and say, here's a picture, see the bruises in a DV protective order case, or I'm going to play this voicemail for you that this person left for me in a family law case dealing with custody. And the other person says, no, that's not true. How does a court deal with that? Well, right now, there isn't a good mechanism. And so that legislation would try to create that capacity. So in parties that can't deal with it, we have some way to provide the court with something other than one person saying, yes, this is real, and the other person saying it's no, it's not, to provide a reliable way to assess the authenticity of that. So that's a longer-winded way of saying we are actively looking at ways that we can employ artificial intelligence to help the efficiency of our resources, but also to prepare our judges and courts to deal with what's coming into the courtroom and what we expect to be coming into the courtroom a lot more over the next few years.
Thank you for that very helpful response. We're asking all the agencies this, and in my own head, I'm rating the agencies by their responses.
So Ms. Roop and I are very interested on the bot side. I know that the chief's been working on that evidence side, but the bot side, we're already using it in our redaction software where for partial expungements, we have to go through and redact documents. So any reference to marijuana or cannabis, or we even brought in a bunch of young guys to give us terms that young kids use in it so we can pick it up. And it's been, yeah, there was one that said Glen Burnie, and I said they named weed after our courthouses, but it was Bernie, not Glen Burnie. So it's been working. We've been using it since October. We have so many use cases right now that our IT department is worried that they keep telling me to be calm, and we're gonna, so we're doing it. I just had a meeting earlier on in the week with our researchers on, we have an issue with bed space in the mental health facilities.
Right.
And we're looking at, rather than large language models, defined language sets of groups of data that we can put in. That way we don't deal with hallucinations.
I understand.
Then we can unleash these bots on those to give us risk assessment tools that we can say, all right, maybe this person may be incompetent for purposes of standing trial, but can we divert them outside of it and not take up a hospital bed with them? We had our IT people understand how to prompt these things. They're now teaching the next level, our more research people, how to do it. And we're making great progress on it. I'm really excited about the future with it. We think it can add increased performance issues all across the board to our court system.
Going to do two more quick points, real quick points on that. One is that our judicial conference that we have coming up in April for all of our judges, AI is one of the two main focuses of that conference to help prepare our judges on that. And I did create a task force within the judiciary specifically to address AI issues. One of the justices on my court is chairing that, and we've brought people from across the judiciary, including our head of IT, Bob Bruchalski, who's here today to sit on that, but we're taking it very seriously.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I just make a comment. I just want to say, as of this afternoon, in this subcommittee, you're the head of the class.
Thank you.
As of this afternoon. We'll see what comes.
There you go.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Concludes the hearing. Next up will be concludes the hearing. Next up will be the Maryland Energy Administration. Director Pensky, come on up. Judge, we'll be in touch. We'll be in touch. Thank you very much. Thank you all. Great to see the clerks as well. Thank you all for coming up.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
if I might appoint a person of privilege
Yes.
with Senator Pinsky. I'm about to walk out the door. I'm about to walk out the door, and I don't want you to take it personally. But my excuse is, which will not surprise you, is I have a meeting on CTE that I have to do right now. But it's good to see you and want to help you in any way we can. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, we'll get started.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm Suviksha Bujal, and I'll be discussing the Maryland Energy Administration. The operating budget for fiscal 26 decreases by about 26.8 million, or 10.1%, to a total of 237.6 million. On Exhibit 1 on page 5, we have the in-state renewable energy generation. In calendar 2023, in-state renewable energy generation totaled 4,761 megawatt hours, an increase of approximately 7.5% from the previous year. Exhibit 2 on page 6, we have awards issued to intensify in-state renewable energy generation. In fiscal 2024, MEA awarded a total of 4,579 grants to individuals, businesses, local governments, and other entities. I'm going to move on to page 9, where we have the discussion of fiscal 2024 closeout. At fiscal 2024 closeout, MEA canceled a total of $26.6 million. Of these cancellations, $25 million were in special funds, $1.6 million were in federal funds, and about $18,400 were in reimbursable funds. MEA reports that these cancellations were associated with appropriations carried forward from fiscal 2018 through 2023 that were not expended or encumbered. MEA should discuss why these funds were not expended or encumbered. On page 10, we have a discussion on the use of $90 million transferred from the Strategic Energy Investment Fund to the Dedicated Purpose Account. The fiscal 2025 budget transferred $90 million of CIF fund balance to the DPA to be used for implementation of provision of Chapter 38 of 2022 and the Maryland's Climate Pollution Reduction Plan. Of the $90 million, a budget amendment transferred about $53.7 million to MEA, leaving a remaining balance of $36.3 million. The $53.7 million that was transferred will be used to provide grants for Community Electric Vehicle Supply Equipment Program, electric school buses, and building electrification. MEA should discuss how much of the $53.7 million transferred from the DPA in fiscal 2025 for grants has been awarded and when it plans to complete the award process. MEA should also discuss when it expects to receive access to the remaining $36.3 million in the DPA. Exhibit 5 on page 12, we have the overview of agency spending. The largest share of fiscal 26 allowance consists of renewable and clean energy programs and initiatives at $159.9 million, which is about 68% of the total budget. Within this program, the largest area of spending is for solar energy-related programs, which totals $93.8 million. Outside of renewable and clean energy programs and initiatives, energy efficiency programs total about $60.1 million, or 25% of the fiscal 26 allowance. Remaining $17.7 million supports personnel, administrative, and the Lawton loan program. Exhibit 6 on page 13, we have the agency spending by source. CIF sourced from the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative program revenues is the largest source of funding in fiscal 2026 allowance, totaling $114.1 million, or 48%. CIF sourced from the alternative compliance payments required under the state's renewable portfolio standard totals $101.8 million, or 43% of the fiscal 26 allowance. Exhibit 7 on page 15, we have the proposed budget change chart. As discussed earlier, the 26 allowance for MEA decreases by $26.8 million, or 10.1%. The primary area of decrease in funding for renewable and clean energy programs and initiatives, which decreases by $40.3 million. There is also an increase of 73.4 million for partnership programs with local government, including funding for clean energy initiatives and Maryland's Smart Energy Communities program. There is an increase of 20 million for partnerships with state agencies to install clean energy on government buildings. On page 16, we can see there is a reduction of 138 million, which is for unspecified reduction related to ACP spending. MEA has usually provided us detailed budget data. However, this year we did not receive complete data. Detail provided by MEA did not reconcile for all years and therefore could not be used for the development of this budget analysis. In addition, the sources of funds used to support the appropriations were not always consistent across data reported in the governor's budget books, details on contract and grant spending provided as part of the budget, and as provided by MEA. For instance, in the governor's budget book, there is a 5 million for Maryland Offshore Wind Business Development Fund listed as a source of spending in fiscal 26. However, the contracts file did not show any funding for fiscal 26 under this program. MEA should comment on the cause of these discrepancies and efforts that it will take to ensure consistent reporting of its budget. MEA should also comment on the programs that will be impacted by the unspecified reduction of 138 million related to the ACP spending. DLS recommends adopting committee narrative requesting that MEA provide annual data on MEA's funding by programmatic activity and sources. On page 17, there is discussion on the Budget Reconciliation and Financing Act. The BRFA, as introduced, includes 3 provisions impacting the SIF, though none of them impact spending in MEA in fiscal 26. The first provision authorizes the governor to transfer up to 150 million from the ACP account of SIF to general funds. The second provision removes the SIF from the list of special funds that were exempted from having interest directed to general fund. There is also 6.6 million in special funds appropriation for fiscal 25 and 6.1 million special fund appropriation in fiscal 26 for the Maryland Department of Environment. Exhibit 8 on page 19, we have the renewable portfolio standard carve-out. The actual percentage of solar energy as the percentage of total electricity sold has remained below the RPS percentage requirement each year since 2019. ACP revenue increased significantly beginning in calendar 2021. According to the annual Public Service Commission reporting on the RPS program, total ACP of 320.4 million in calendar 2023 was required to meet program compliance. In comparison, total annual required ACP payments were 77.1 million in calendar 21 and 86.6 million in calendar 2022. It is anticipated that ACP revenue will continue to remain elevated in the near term unless the amount of in-state solar capacity increases to meet the RPS solar carve-out percentage required that continue to escalate each year through 2030. The growth in the ACP revenue has led in the growth in MEA's funding from this source. On page 20, we have discussion on the funds from ACP revenues supporting DPA appropriations. In fiscal 26 allowance, the DPA includes 180 million in special funds from the SIF from ACP revenues to support implementation of the state's climate pollution reduction plan. The 180 million in Maryland Clean Energy Jobs Act ACP SIF funding is allocated as follows. 80 million is to support the solar and geothermal development on public facilities and municipal landfills, 50 million for solar development on state properties, and 50 million to support block grants to school districts. Although DBM advises that it is its intent that the projects be located within eligible communities, DLS is concerned about that these projects would not be considered as directly benefiting the communities as required by this statute. In the analysis for State Reserve Fund, DLS has recommended adding budget bill language, making the appropriation of the $180 million contingent on legislation authorizing the use of SIF funds for the disclosed purposes. Exhibit 9 on page 22, we have the SIF balance for non-regisourced sub-accounts. At the close of fiscal 2024, the balance on non-regisourced SIF sub-accounts total $433.1 million. Accounting for the proposed transfer to the general fund in fiscal 2025, the ending balance for non-regisourced sub-account is estimated to be about $412.6 million. The fiscal 26 ending balance is estimated to be $144.3 million. The decrease in fiscal 26 is driven by the planned spending in fiscal 26 allowance, including both funds spent in MEA and the DPA. Given the significant fund balance estimated at the close of fiscal 25 and 26, DLS recommends amending the provision of the BRFA as introduced to increase the transfer of this balance to the general fund by $30 million. On the bottom of page 22, we have discussion on the Offshore Wind Development Fund. The fiscal 26 allowance includes $2 million for OWDF. However, SIF end of year fund balances, as shown in Appendix K of the budget books, reflect a balance of $1.2 million for offshore wind development at the close of fiscal 25. MEA should comment on how the additional $0.8 million appropriated for OWDF and the $2 million of SIF other in fiscal 26 allowance will be supported. On page 25, we have the personnel data. The fiscal 26 allowance includes funding for an additional 6 regular positions, totaling 55 positions in fiscal 26. The fiscal 26 allowance also reflects a net reduction of 12 contractual positions. Moving on to the first issue on page 26. Exhibit 10 on page 27 shows the Maryland REGI program revenues and auction clearing prices. Auction 65 resulted in the highest auction clearing price in the history of the REGI program, which was about $25.75 per allowance, surpassing the previous highest auction clearing price, which was about $14.88. Exhibit 11 on page 28, we have the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative Program revenue by fiscal year. The total REGI program revenue received by Maryland from all auctions held in fiscal 24 totaled $214.2 million, which is the highest yearly revenue in the program history. Through the first 2 quarterly auctions held in fiscal 25, Maryland REGI program revenues have totaled $127.4 million. Exhibit 12 on page 28 provides the current statutory allocation of the REGI auction received revenues as required by the state government article. The allocation of REGI auction revenues to the various SIF sub-accounts as required by the statute occurs following the distribution of certain transfers that are required. In fiscal 26, $400,000 is transferred for REGI annual dues, $2.1 million is transferred to the Maryland Energy Innovation Fund, and $8.25 million is transferred to the Transportation Trust Fund. Exhibit 13 on page 31, we have the REGI-sourced SIF appropriations. The fiscal 26 allowance includes a total of $291.8 million in REGI-sourced SIF funding spending. REGI-sourced SIF spending by state agencies increases by $50.2 million in fiscal 26, primarily due to increases in DHS for energy assistance, which increases by about $56 million to a total of $150 in fiscal 2026. Exhibit 14 on page 33, we have the estimated REGI-sourced SIF fund balance. At the close of fiscal 24, the balance of the REGI-sourced SIF totaled $532.2 million. MEA should provide information on fiscal 24 balances after taking into account encumbrances to reflect only the available balance. The fiscal 25 ending balance for RegiSource sub account after accounting for the interest and investment earnings to the general fund is estimated to total $220.8 million. And that in fiscal 26 is estimated to be about $194.9 million. MEA should comment on the reasons for the accrual of such large balance in the administration sub-account. DLS recommends adding a provision to the BRFA to transfer $30 million of this balance to the general funds. There are a number of activities and projects funded in the Maryland Consolidated Capital Bond Loan of 2025. DLS will make recommendations related to the use of CIF balance for certain programs and projects containing climate solutions now implementation elements with the general obligation bonds in the forthcoming capital analysis. The second issue, starting on page 34, discusses the Federal Inflation Reduction Act home energy rebate programs. The report submitted by MEA provided updates on the home energy program, performance-based whole house rebate program, and the high efficiency electric home rebate program. MEA has submitted their application and which was conditionally approved. MEA should also comment on the status of the applications for the home energy performance program, whole house rebate program, and the high efficiency electric home rebate program. Issue 3 on page 37 talks about the electric vehicles. Exhibit 16 on page 39, we have the EV registration and charging stations in Maryland. As of fiscal 2024, there were about 103,000 zero-emission vehicles registered in Maryland and a total of 5,370 publicly available vehicle charging ports. Starting on page 40, we have the recommended actions. The first recommended action reduces the fund allocated for reclassification, which is about 116.5. MEA indicates these funds within the reclassification sub-object account for the conversion of the contractual positions that took place in fiscal 24. However, this expense is also accounted within regular earnings sub-object in MEA. The other recommended actions recommends adopting committee narrative, requesting report on revenue assumptions, fund balance, uses of CIF revenues sourced from REGI program auctions, report on federal IIJA and IRA funding and implementation of home energy rebate programs, and report on MEA funding, as well as report on the uses of CIF revenues transferred to the DPA. The Budget Reconciliation and Financing Act recommended actions on page 43. The first action recommends amending a provision authorizing a transfer of $150 million from the Renewable Portfolio Standard Alternative Compliance Payment account of the CIF to transfer a total of $180 million. The second recommended action authorizes a transfer of general fund of $30 million from the administrative account of CIF fund. That concludes the presentation, and I'll take any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Any questions from the members for our analysts? Thank you. Mr. Director, great to see you. You too. Welcome back. How about them chirps? How about those chirps? Although my granddaughter's kind of commandeered my tickets, but you know, freshman student, you know, she kind of taking liberties with granddaddy. But great to see you, and you may proceed, sir.
Thank you. Thanks for being here and inviting me. With me is Jimmy Cobb, my finance director, and I have a number of staff. I want to introduce them all. I want to keep this concise. They may be called up to help answer some questions. I'm still learning. Only been on the job 2 years, but you know, we're getting there. Good to see everyone here. Thanks for this opportunity to present to you today. I want to thank Ms. Bugel for her comprehensive review of the budget. She's been working more directly with Jimmy, so we haven't had the contact, but your messages get me loud and clear, so that's not a problem. Look, our mission is to promote clean, reliable, affordable energy. That's our mission, okay? And our two guideposts are the governor's call for 100% clean energy, and secondly, what the legislature passed in 2022, the climate solutions, calling for a 60% reduction in greenhouse gases. So they are our guideposts. And so let me give a little context to the organization, then we'll respond to the very questions asked by DLS. In '24, we had 7,000 rebates directly to Marylanders and over 200 grants to support projects that reduce energy consumption. So we believe in money in and money out as much as we work our people. We're the smallest agency, I believe. I think we're 72 between PINs and contractual. So we want to get money out the door. We want to create seed projects that hopefully can help be a solution for the state of Maryland and beyond in terms of promoting clean energy. Let me just mention a couple of our programs. One is the Solar Energy Equity Program that's focused on low and moderate income folks. So in other words, someone who owns their own home but is cash poor, but want to participate, we will pay to put solar on the roof, all of it. Now, if the roof is in such disrepair, we're not going to make that investment. Right. We've actually shifted from giving $1,000 to people middle income and upper middle income who are getting $1,000 on their $25,000 project, and following the governor's dictum, and something I have always believed in, everyone's got to be part of the solution here, and we're not going to leave anybody behind. So that's the Solar Energy Equity Program. We have another program, Energy Equity Efficiency Fund, that we, again, work in low and moderate incomes to do energy efficiency. That shouldn't be the last choice, it should be the first choice, whether it be windows, insulation, whatever it might be. We have the Public Facility Solar and Solar Canopy Program. In Howard County, for example, we put solar on roof on their library in Skaggsville. Their East Columbia Library, their Skaggsville Public Safety Complex, and the East Columbia Library. We put a canopy there. Then we have a medium and heavy duty emissions vehicle program. We gave $1.5 million to Anne Arundel County to replace 6 of their old diesel buses to make them electric buses. And then, and this made my head spin, I went up to Frederick County. We forwarded money, made a grant for a fire truck that's electric, all electric. I mean, who would have thought, you know? And it wasn't our grant alone. They had to accumulate other money. And then let me mention one other, decarbonizing public schools. We have a big program which is growing. About 5 or 6 years ago, before I was there, we paid the marginal difference for a school being constructed that had received IAC money to go to the architect to plan a school that was carbon net neutral. So in other words, they put geothermal, they're the pipes underground, temperature's always 55 degrees under their baseball or soccer field. They put in heat pumps instead of an old traditional oil or gas-fired HVAC system, and they put solar on the roof. They actually create more clean energy than they use, and they integrate it into the science curriculum. So we're trying to build that and grow that across the state, whether it's a new school or even an existing school. We have one in Fruitland that we're going to put solar on the roof, and they're actually going to achieve carbon net neutral. So we have a lot of programs, over 20. I'm not going to go through them all. But I do want to get to the DLS analysis and questions. But I would say first, our budget is a decrease over last year. Slight, but it's a decrease. So we don't feel we deserve special treatment, even though we're not funded by the general fund. But we are a team player, and we're going along with the program. To the questions below, first of all, let me say, we agree in submitting the reports that were suggested and requested by DLS. Let me just say that from the jump. First question, or one of the first questions, was about the $26.6 million in grants that were canceled in '24. between 2018 and 2024, if we gave out between $100 and $150 million, it's $600 or $700 million. Some of the people who applied for grants either didn't get other grants they needed to proceed because they stacked them, whether from the feds or whatever, or they walked away. And I mean, in any project, you're going to have some percent, 2, 4, 5%, that are not going to fulfill the project. So in 24, we stopped and said, let's take a breath. Let's get these off the books. So that 26 million was regarding projects that were not going to see the light of day, that they had essentially walked away from. So that's the response there. So we thought they needed to be canceled. To the question of the $53+ million transferred from the DPA, where are we on awarding them and completing the awards process? A number of them, the electric school bus grant program, which I referred to, electric vehicle supply equipment, that's infrastructure, and electrifying community buildings, we've launched those projects in 25. Some of them are open, some of them will close soon. So we are moving a lot of that money, of that $53 million. And by the end of this fiscal year, they should be encumbered to our clients, and that shouldn't be a problem. We're also working with DHCD to identify residential projects to deploy a portion of the funds for electrifying lower income communities. The 36 million, we are going to be advertising early in July 26 in this budget. So we are hoping that in the next 18 to 24 months, all that $90 million will be off the books. So we're moving ahead very aggressively on that. There were some discrepancies. We were asked to comment on $138 million related to ACP spending. You want to take that, Jimmy, or you want me to take it?
I can. I can take it. Well, as Director Pinsky, I'm new too. I came after he did, as well as most of my staff, and had moved up. And in going through and cleaning up our books and presenting the budget to DBM to help us get it going, we realized that we had put extra funds in ACP, using extra funds from ACP, that was almost double counting it. And so time was running out. So we took the 130 million back out. Are there more corrections and cleanup that need to be done in the records? Yes, and I've talked with our DLS analysts, our DBM analysts about it. And so we wanted to make sure that we can get it as accurate as we could, which is why there was a one lump sum reduction. Also in our budget, there are the 6 people, 2 of them are in my area. One is a budget analyst to really work with our fiscal officer to make sure that these problems don't happen anymore.
And in the 26 budget before you, it marks 98 million instead of the 138 million. So 138 was pulled back.
Right.
They think the 98 million is a much more accurate figure. So we think we corrected something that I think preceded Jimmy's coming on board. Then there were questions about offshore wind. There was a 0.8 million appropriated and 2 million in the CEF. You know, offshore wind has been an issue. We have 3 projects where land has been leased. One where they're very far down the pipeline, the U.S. wind. We're hoping that's started in 27 or 28 and operating. We're cautiously optimistic that that won't get clawed back. We have 2 other leases by 2 companies, one Equinor, one Ørsted, but we have no process in place for procurement because U.S. Wind took Ørsted's RECs, and so we are pulling back on that money, and we will carefully monitor the program activities and necessarily curtail the 26 program allocation to align with what happens. So in some ways, we're sort of waiting on what the feds do with this. We've heard, you know, statements and demands, but we just don't know in real world how that's going to play out. And again, we're not alone in this. The whole East Coast is affected by this. And there was an article in the Post of the Times just the other day about some states in the Gulf, which, not to be partisan, but that are red states that are pursuing some of this. Or the Gulf of Steve Martin if you watch Saturday Night Live. But yes, that is the point. So we're monitoring that very carefully. It's not a lot of money, but we want to make sure if it's not going to be needed, take it out of that account. Information on the 24 balance after taking into account encumbrances.
Want me to do it?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, there's two different ways of reporting our balances. There's the cash balance and then the accrued or encumbered balance. This Appendix K has 1 year of actuals and the next 2 years projected, including what could be encumbered. And so the 24 in the Appendix K was actuals. And so when you take into account what we've encumbered, which are grants that we've awarded, we've done a letter of award, but we haven't funded it yet, but they've been approved. So we have to take that into account so that the next year, it doesn't look like we have all this money, because we don't. It's been accounted for. And so when we take that into account, it takes the budget down, the fund balance down to $352 million in the sub-accounts for Reggie. And so that's what that amount goes to.
Be careful about having funds during these days that don't look as if they're encumbered.
That's why we try. That's why we try to show the encumbrance to make sure that
Right.
she doesn't say, "Hey, you got all this money. We want to take it."
Yeah, well,
Yeah,
it's not just here, so just so you know that.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
we are very aware of that and understand that.
Appreciate it.
And we don't want to sit on money. We're not trying to grow a bureaucracy. We want to get it on the street as quickly as possible. Sometimes a grantee takes a lot longer than one would think. And this leads into the next question about the accrual of such a large balance in the administration subaccount. Well, our administration subaccount isn't just personnel. We use it for energy projects, where in some areas there are constraints on it, in some areas there are not. So we use some of the administrative account for energy projects. And we only use pins that are allowed to us, and we follow the state salary scale. So there's really no hanky pank, and that leads to the point. And I don't know if this is this question or the next one. Part of the recommendations are to take the interest income from the last 2 years and also prospectively, and rather than it accrue to us to put out on the street, to go to the general fund for that very reason of we're in tight times.
Yeah.
And again, we're team players. We're not trying to abuse our role or that we're sort of a unique unicorn in terms of agency. So that's $65 million plus the future. The governor's recommended $150 million be taken from that excess to go, which leads to the third point, and the DLS has suggested taking another $30 million. We would respectfully disagree, and very respectfully, to transfer an additional $30 million, because we're giving up a lot. We're also giving $12 million to MDE. So when you total this money up, and without going back in the weeds, a number of the CEF money from the beginning goes to DHCD anyway. So we think there are a lot of projects out there. We already have $189 million in requests, and we're not through the fiscal year yet. We're not going to approve all of them. Some are competitive, some are not up to snuff. And we don't want to put in money on a bad investment. We want it where it's going to help a community, whether it's rooftop or community solar. Community solar, if you don't own your own house, you can buy into it, and your bill goes down by 10 or 20%. So we want to expand that, and we want to make sure it's not just the middle or upper middle class. We want working and poor people to also take advantage of that as well.
Can I add something?
Yeah, please.
One thing that just came to light yesterday on the administrative balance, and I didn't have a chance to talk to her yet, was actually most of that, probably about 30 to 40 million of that should actually be allocated to the other sub-accounts, because we were taking 10% and putting it in the admin account and allocating it as needed, whereas we really should only be putting 7.5 million in the admin account and allocating the rest going out. So there really isn't this quote unquote $66 million sitting in admin. It's sitting in, half of that is sitting in other funds of the sub-accounts.
And the last big question for all of us, I think, is the IRA from the federal government, the homes in HERA. We were conditionally approved, I think, January 14th, along with 30 other states, conditionally approved. And it would mean about 135 million plus or minus a million over 4 or 5 years. As we know, all those funds were frozen. We joined with the AG, asked our agency, about 5 or 6 others, to submit our testimony. So he joined with 21 other states in the case in Rhode Island, first seeking a temporary restraining order, which they received, and then applying for an injunction, which I think that hearing was late last week or early this week. I lose track. So that's a question mark that we're not betting the house. We don't know how that's going to play out. It probably will be in the courts for a while. But again, we don't rely on it. Between the RGGI fund and the alternative compliance payments, that runs most of our budget. There are a few other things. So we're in a wait and see attitude like a lot of other folks in terms of even agencies in Maryland of their funds being frozen. So with that, Mr. Subcommittee.
One other thing.
Yeah, please.
We found out today that we had submitted a reimbursement on an admin part of the IRAs that we got funded. They did release money to us today. We did get some.
So they allowed us to hire 2 people to start preparing for these grants. We front-funded it, basically. They said the administrative costs for those 2, for Maryland, for MEA, would be forthcoming. We were waiting, and it just, the last 24 hours, at least for the administrative, it's 700,000 or plus some other things, but the big money we don't know about yet. So with that, I or my staff will be willing to answer any questions.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much. I think you anticipated. He probably did that because you had left out earlier, just knowing what you were going to ask. A couple of questions. Last night, the Prince George delegation had a briefing by DHCD, and so I'm glad to hear about your partnership with them as you're going forward. A number of projects that they have going on statewide, but that was involving the Prince George's side of things, particularly as we're always looking around our WMATA sites as well, and the things we're looking at TOD sites. So we will certainly love to stay up to date on your progress in doing that affordable in our affordable housing as the governor has promised, and as we've been talking about for a long time, to have affordable housing throughout the state of Maryland, and that should and hopefully it will include from the utility standpoint that means to be affordable as well, considering what we're going through right now with our with these utilities. You mentioned something about advertising. So when these opportunities come up, or when your team come up with ideas and concepts, how do you get that out to the public?
First of all, some of our programs, and my program person I think is here, Eric, we have 20+ programs.
Right.
We change them some, but some energy efficiency is here and is here to stay. I mean, some are pretty regular. And there are local governments, there are nonprofits who service a lot of these, so they're fairly aware of it. But Eric, if you want to jump in for a moment. This is Eric Kaufman, Director of Programs for MEA.
Yep. Squeeze up here. Eric Kaufman, Director of Energy Programs for the Maryland Energy Administration. For the record, we work through a number of channels. We work closely with the industry that's out there working with customers. We work with local governments to get them involved in helping us get out to the communities that need and would have interest in programs and assist us. And we also work with a number of nonprofit partners as well. So we're leveraging every channel we can find to get out there, to get the word out, and to be able to ensure that people are aware of the opportunities we offer and the potential benefits that can accrue, include greenhouse gas reductions, affordability, and beyond. One other thing I would add is we've also started reaching out via radio and TV to build general awareness, start getting people aware of our agency and our offerings, and then working with those other partners I mentioned to be able to get more details out there to provide, that guidance that's needed so people can apply and successfully pursue funding.
Yeah, let me just add, and I should have mentioned before, I mean, look, we do things, we use it, radio, advertising, et cetera. But there are a lot of third-party nonprofits like Civic Works in Baltimore who have the reach to some of the working class and poor communities. And it's not like all of our work is one-on-one. I mean, people don't know. You're absolutely right. I think that's where you're going implicitly. Yes. How do people know to contact us? Well, we have to rely on some of those other non-governmental groups that work in poor communities. And
also, Mr. Director and your team, we want to also add that we're a resource. We are a resource as well. We have information that we put out to our constituents all the time, and we would love to add to that to be a resource for you. So, however you can craft it, get it to us. That works for us.
Message received. We have to make an effort in terms of getting to the 188. We have these programs. We can give a short summary of what it is, and if something comes across your desk, say they should apply for the money at MEA.
Yes.
Absolutely. So yes, thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. And my last question, I think, before I move on, we talked about the grants for the buses, and I don't want to steal the Senator Roosevelt's thunder, but do you perceive any challenges with that program moving forward with the new administration, or are you guys just steadily moving along with that?
Okay.
So we are working very closely. One of the things with our programs and particularly schools and school buses, we have been building relationships with the local education administrations of school districts across the state. So we're working with them on facilities, which also opens doors to have conversations about their fleets and buses. And we have received a lot of demand. We've talked to in each, pretty much every school district across the state. And we are also knowing that not all of them may be ready to go today. So the way we've designed the program is we are providing technical assistance to help them get ready for electric school buses. And then those that are ready to go, we have the grant programs to help them defray the costs.
And if I can just, Mr. Subcommittee Chairman, it's like anything else. Some people are willing to take the plunge, others are reticent, and we found some counties, I think Anne Arundel is one, they've done some, and then they're more open to hearing about more, because it's not just the bus, you have to put in charging stations.
Yes, sir.
And then if you have a second bus lot, does that mean a second charging station? Because they have to have the infrastructure. And if you're a small county, you might even be renting buses, or you might only have a few, it might not be for you. So we want to grow it, gotcha. Because the emissions are hurting our kids as well. It's not Absolutely. Just the planet. I mean, there's some direct effect on Marylanders, young children. So we're trying to do what we can do. Eric's doing a great job of outreach, and as you know, schools are important to me. So whether it's net carbon neutral schools or buses, they're in every community. And we think it's a great message to the public, whether it's on the Eastern Shore, the Western Mountains, Dundalk, wherever it might be. When people see a parking lot solar array, or they see a bus that says electric on it, or a fire truck, we think it spreads the message that Absolutely. We can do this.
Absolutely. And our local public works folks as well. So I move to Senator Roosevelt.
Thank you. I made it back in time. I'm glad I did. So I'm glad to hear your comments. And I think we covered most of the federal stuff. But I want to ask you a way bigger picture question, because you're the energy director for the state, and you've worked on these issues for a long time.
Who would have thunk?
We're hearing from our constituents, we're hearing from the utilities, we're hearing from the PJM, we're hearing from everybody that all of a sudden we're in a crisis of electricity capacity. And I personally had not dug into the numbers until the last 3 or 4 weeks, and I've met with a whole variety of folks, and I'm sort of shocked that we're in this situation. And I wondered if you could just give us your perspective on why we're in this situation now and how do we get out of it?
Let me start, and then we're joined by Dr. Ryan Opsel, who's my Director of Policy.
Great.
So you will have seen all 3 directors of my operation today. Look, there's a greater demand. We've heard about data centers, which are going to add to the demand even with DeepSeek, and whether they adjust to doing it with less energy. Clearly, we are trying to move away from fossil fuels, which means a little more pressure on the electric grid. But we think it's worth the short-term cost for the long-term gain of reducing greenhouse gases. I mean,
Sure,
everyone signed on to the climate bill, or many of you did. So that's the big picture. You know, somebody says, who's to blame? What is the problem? You know, and
that's my question.
And I'm going to use a very dated comparable. You know, many years ago, there were the 3 Stooges, and when someone would say who did it, they all point somewhere else. And I mean, that's what we're seeing. Yes. And I'm not here to put the blame on one. I might mention one, but
feel free.
First of all, PJM is. Let me pull back a little bit.
Yeah, sure.
The question becomes, it's called resource adequacy.
Yeah.
Do we have enough resource to get us through this? Or when do the lights dim? I mean, that's, PSC about 8 weeks ago had a retreat about this issue. And PJM has their own perspective on this. You know, PJM just wants to have more energy. They don't care what kind it is. Our state does care what it is. We would like clean energy, not polluting energy. It's true that coal plants are closing. Our last couple, Brandon Shores, what's Warrior Run? What's the other?
Brandon Shores, Warrior Run, and Wagner.
And Wagner. So, one, coal is shutting down because it's just too expensive. And it's not even because of pollution. It's just not worth the money. Even West Virginia is cutting back on coal, and they're the coal capital of the nation. So there's going to be less coal. Right now, we have a couple plants, and they're peaker plants, only use about 20% of the time, 15% of the time. And they will be gone in the next 5 years, we think. So there are a number of factors contributing to it. No one to date, at least to me in our agency, has said when the lights will dim. Okay, no one has quantified it. PJM runs around saying it's tomorrow. I'm being a little facetious. PSC has not come out with a report yet. We don't know if it's 5 years, 10 years, 15 years. And, you know, there are a lot of things that can be done. Energy efficiency, reconducting on wires. They think they can get another 10 to 20% out of existing transmission lines. So there, and another thing, and we just came from presenting the governor's bill downstairs, the question of nuclear energy and when that could come on board, particularly smaller ones, SMRs, small modular reactors. You know, some people say 6 years, some say 8 years, some say 10 years. There's a bill in the legislature that talks about getting something in 5 years. Well, if that 5 years goes to 6 years, and the small nuclear reactors, which are cleaner than hypothetically a gas plant, can we make it 9 or 10 years and avoid putting in new gas plants in 2025? So there are a lot of moving pieces to that, Senator. And the other thing, which I think is related to your question, are utility bills, which we're all getting calls and letters about. You know, one of the issues, to be frank with you, which we are going to be more public about, is the distribution costs. I mean, in some bills, the distribution costs have gone up more than the damn energy. You know, and I have to say, while there is a law in Maryland, I think it's being abused. I mean, pipe that is non-priority pipe that is not leaking is being torn up and replaced. So the cost of the pipe gets pushed on the ratepayers, and the 8 to 9% built-in profit margin, which is automatic almost, is also sent to the ratepayers. And that's a concern for us, you know, and the law says public safety has to be protected. If there's a leak or a threat, no question about it, that's got to be taken care of. But a lot of people, and like I said, there's a bill on this somewhere in the House or the Senate, and we're going to be talking about it publicly. It shouldn't be a blank check. The people of Maryland should be protected, but it shouldn't be a blank check to bill them for the replacement pipe and the 8 or 9% profit, because it's a regulated industry. So there are a lot of pieces to the question, but there's no simple one person or one group or institution to point to.
If I could react to that for a minute and get your response, that's kind of what disturbs me, is it seems like nobody's in charge. It seems as though you were there, I was there, all of us were there, even before the Climate Action Now Act. It's been kind of clear for like a decade, 2 decades, that most of the world wants to move away from fossil fuels. That was like not new information just into PJM last year. So it doesn't give the impression from now that I'm catching up on stuff that there's anybody who's been saying, oh, we're trying to move in this direction. What do I need to do to move in this direction? What are the obstacles to move in this direction? Now, the data center thing seems to be a little bit different in the sense that that's newer, but clean energy is not like a new idea that popped up, you know, on the internet last Tuesday. And so it seems like neither the PJM nor the PSC, and you're here, so I'm not going to say nor you, but I'm going to say, sure. It doesn't seem like anybody is kind of like thinking big picture and looking at all the pieces of the puzzle for Maryland and saying, here's where we are, here's where we need to go, and here's what we need to get there. Am I missing something?
No, I think that's fair, Senator. There's some things we can control in Maryland, there's some things we can't. We're part of a regional transmission organization, 13 states, you know, and they have their own issues and policies. Look, the governor of Pennsylvania raised hell with them and went to court, actually.
Yeah, absolutely, God bless him.
And they came up with an agreement on a floor and a ceiling. One helps us, one doesn't necessarily help us. So, you know, these regional bodies came into being because there's no one else doing it. So it takes us beyond our borders. You know, the PSC does set rates. I mean, the legislature in 1999 deregulated.
Yeah.
You know,
I was in Romania, as you may recall.
And I voted against it.
I know you voted against it.
Along with a former attorney general that we know.
Exactly.
And a current U.S. senator.
Exactly.
That's another story. You know, and we have the stride issue that has been before us and is apparently before you all again. So, you know, Maryland can control what Maryland does. There's been a question, and I'll put, it's not the 800-pound gorilla, you know, is it better to import clean energy from out of state or provide dirty energy in state? You know, and the governor hasn't spoken on that, and I'm not going to speak on that, but that is underlying some of the conversations going around through the legislature at the moment. So I'm going to somewhat dodge it, Jim.
That's fine. All right.
Senator.
Okay, thanks a lot. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you. So I am a proponent on record for nuclear energy. District 27 has the two reactors down there, and the modular ones, we're fine to welcome them. I think we need to get started like yesterday. As we're pontificating about what we're going to do, we know that they work. So Senator Young.
And just to say, I'm a late convert, Senator. I think in 1970 I was protesting in the streets, but science and data has sort of turned me on that issue.
Yes, sir. Absolutely. Senator Lewis Young.
Thank you so much. I want to follow up on the conversation we just had to help us better understand the challenges we have in reducing the price of energy. You said something that triggered my memory. As an alternative to bringing in more transmission lines to the state, to bring power in from other states. There have been a lot of conversations around using existing right-of-ways, but my understanding is all of the electric companies are against that. You can dodge this if you want, but if not, I'd like to better understand the rationale for that.
Yeah, I don't know their rationale, and I don't know what position they take.
Okay.
I know this has been an issue from West Baltimore County through Harford County to Frederick County on the PSEG proposed project, and the governor's not said anything, and we are not involved. It's in front of the Public Service Commission. But I would say this. The lesson people take from what happens in that part of the state should not be that any time there's a new transmission line proposed and 20 or 50 or 100 people don't like it, it doesn't mean you back off. Because we have to get power from point A to point B or the lights don't go on. You know, and again, I'm not here to speak for or against that line for multiple reasons. But people shouldn't take the takeaway shouldn't be the wrong one, because there will be others needed to move power. I mean, we're hemmed in. You know, we don't have onshore wind. We have a little bit in Western Maryland, right? We have some area for solar. Offshore wind looks to be probably halted. So we're not like Texas. We have a million acres to put solar up, or Nebraska or Iowa, where we can have onshore wind. So we're going to, we are importing. We're importing 40%. Would we like to import less? Yeah. But there are other constraints. So let me just stop there.
Thank you.
We certainly appreciate, Senator Roosevelt. We're going to wrap up.
I get it that you can only generate wind power where there's wind, and you can only generate coal-based power where there's coal. But you can pretty much put batteries any place. So why are we so far behind Texas and California on batteries?
Well, I agree with you. And MEA has not been in the forefront of that, but we are doing a redirect. We're going to spend more time and money on it. We think it is important. Massachusetts, and I don't know if this was regulatory or in law, I think they said that any solar project over X megawatts had to have battery storage. Mm-hmm. And so we are spending more time, and I've told Brian, Dr. Opsel, that we're going to do a little bit more work on that going forward. I mean, so.
I would just also say too that is actually part of one of the primary things that we have been talking about, and it's in our filings at the PSC for the resource adequacy docket, which is talking about some of these very issues. Battery storage, additional battery storage on the grid is absolutely one of those solutions that we're looking at.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and that's why we think there are multiple solutions. In other words, solar when the sun goes down, well, the need is from 5 o'clock at night till 10 o'clock at night when people are home and need heat or electricity. So not having battery storage makes perfect sense. Look, there have been a couple fires in California, and people start going,
They have fires in California over everything.
That's not a good thing. But
I know.
Anyway, and then people start reacting to the battery storage. But that's one of many solutions we want to pursue.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, Derek, thank you very much. Great seeing you.
Thank you.
Great seeing your team, and we will certainly be in touch.
Great, thank you very much.
We have two witnesses. We have two. We have two witnesses. This concludes the agency's testimony. We have two witnesses, Ms. Coble and Mr. Galley. Come on up. You have 2 minutes each. Yes.
I'm the backup.
Okay, all right.
It's my backup, Senator.
Ms. Coble. All right, ma'am. State your name for the record and your organization if you choose, and you have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Kim Coble. I'm the Executive Director of the Maryland League of Conservation Voters, and it's an honor to be here. And I will be very brief. I want to urge acceptance of Governor Moore's budget proposal for the operating budget for MEA. 2 reasons. One is that MEA does outstanding work, and it's tough and it's hard. And I just want to compliment the staff and the director for their role. They are a resource for all of us, and really important work as the state struggles with energy issues, obviously from this discussion we just had. The second one is that the environmental agencies in Maryland make up roughly about 1% of the state budget. They're very small, and this is MEA, MDE, Department of Natural Resources, and the Department of Agriculture. And collectively, it's a small part of the state budget, and yet they're contributing about $300 million to help fill the gap that the state is confronted with. That feels like a lot. That's probably somewhere between 20-25% of their budget is being used already. So we understand the challenges in front of you and in front of the state to balance the budget. We respect the work that you're doing, and we just urge that what the governor has proposed is a big chunk out of the environmental programs already. So we urge you to retain the funding as proposed in the governor's budget.
Thank you very much. Any questions from the members? No questions?
Thank you.
Have a great afternoon. That concludes our hearing for Maryland Energy Administration. Next up, we'll have Maryland Department of Transportation. Mr. Secretary, we'll see you again. How are you? Thanks. Come on up. Our analysts will get started once we are ready.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Steve McCullough with Department of Legislative Services here to present the Secretary's Office budget for the Maryland Department of Transportation. On page 1, you can see the operating budget for the Secretary's Office increases by $13.3 million or 11.7%. However, I would note that the working appropriation does not have a budget amendment that's already been processed, which added $6.2 million. When taking that into account, the increase drops to $7.1 million, or just under 6%. For the capital budget, the summary shows that the budget decreases by $27.9 million. There'll be further discussions on the capital program in a bit. Managing for results begins on page 5. The first Exhibit 1 on page 5 shows the number of filled positions and vacant positions from 2016 through 2025 at the January mark. There were 70 more positions on January 1st of 2025 than the previous year, and you can see from that graph that the last couple of years, Secretary's offices, or excuse me, this is department-wide, they have had more, ramping up their filled positions to do the work. Exhibit 2 on page 6 shows the system preservation funding for 2017 through 2024 actual, and then the two current year and the budget year estimates. For system preservation, as you know, is one of the key core components of the capital budget to maintain what we already have. The Spending Affordability Committee in its 2024 interim report recommended, as required by statute, a level of system preservation funding for fiscal 2026. That recommendation was that it should be at no less than $1.14 billion. That's the red line on the graph on page 6, and you can see that the budget, as proposed, exceeds that amount by $165 million. The agency spending summary chart on page 8, Exhibit 3, shows that in the Secretary's budget, Secretary's Office budget, just over 43% is just to support the technology for the entire department. The other 41% goes towards departmental administration, and then there's about 16% that's given away in grants and aid. Exhibit 4 on pages 9 and 10 is the proposed budget changes. As I indicated at the beginning, adjusting for that budget amendment in the current year, it's a $77.1 million, although the budget chart you see below there does have to add to the 13.3. So some of that budget amendment is carrying forward into these increases. Personnel expenses increased by 4.1 million compared to the current year. Under departmental administration section, there's $6.1 million, and you see that restoration of contractual services is the largest piece of that. Operating grants and aid increased by $1.3 million, and then there are cost allocations that add another nearly $2 million to the budget. Operating grants and aid for fiscal 2026 are shown in Exhibit 5 on page 11. There is a $375,000 increase in the funding going to the MPOs, or municipal planning organizations. These are the organizations that help plan the capital program regionally. You can see that there is a $400,000 increase for the Department of Planning. This was a grant that was cut last year for cost containment, but with the new revenues being able to be restored. There's also a $1 million grant for the Purple Line Business Grant Impact Grants that is actually going to be reimbursed by the Purple Line Transit Partners, but it is coming through the budget, so that shows that part of that $1.3 million increase. Personnel is shown on page 12. The Secretary's Office received 6 new positions in the allowance, 5 of those in the capital program. The one operating position, similar to other modes, is for a cybersecurity, and similar to other modes, we are recommending that that be denied and that a vacant position be reclassified instead. The PAYGO capital program discussion begins on the bottom of page 12. With the first exhibit for capital, Exhibit 6 on page 13, showing the 9 grants received through the IIJOA over the last year, totaling $127.8 million. Exhibit 7 on page 14 shows the 6-year capital program for the Secretary's Office, which totals about $162 million. That's a small increase or decrease from last 6-year program of $9.5 million. The capital allowance for 2026 is shown in Exhibit 8 on page 15, and the capital allowance for 26 is $36.2 million for the secretaries, and you can see the projects and programs that make up that amount. The cash flow analysis, Exhibit 9 on page 16, shows that there's a $27.5 million increase between the 25 working, budget is introduced and the working, and then about an equal drop between the working and the allowance. So as is typical in capital program, a lot of these, you'll see a decrease in one year and a corresponding increase as project timing just moves from one year to the next. The capital cash flow increases are shown in, for 25 are shown in Exhibit 10 on page 17, and the decrease between the working and the allowance is shown in Exhibit 11 on page 18. First year funding is shown on page 19 with Exhibit 12, and shows that of the $36.2 million in the Secretary's Office, just $1 million or 3% represents first year funding. The rest, nearly 97%, is ongoing funding for projects in operation. The first year projects are shown in Exhibit 13 on page 20. And then I'll also note, just because it's often a standard exhibit, that there has been no significant change from previous year's CTP in the Secretary's Office, so there's no exhibit this year on that. The issues begin on page 21. There are 2 issues. The first one is a new focus on transit-oriented development. In chapters 122 and 123 of 2008, it established a Transit-Oriented Development, or TOD, program. Under that legislation, it was the Secretary's job to make designations of TOD projects and areas. However, in 2023, Chapter 512 changed that a little bit, created a new process for how designations are made, created a revolving loan fund, and required annual report. The designation under Chapter 512 is now given to the State Sustainable Growth Subcabinet upon recommendation of the Secretary. The Transit-Oriented Development Capital Grant Revolving Loan Fund was established and requires that the fund have at least $5 million at the beginning of each fiscal year. So that's mandated appropriation. The annual reporting began with the November of 2024 report. The 14 state designated TODs are shown on page 22. And note that as in relations to the revolving loan fund, there have been no disbursements to date. However, the subcabinet did establish eligibility and scoring criteria in June of 2024, and MDOT has issued a notice of funding availability and is currently accepting applications for that program. We've asked department to update you on its anticipated utilization of that program. Issue number 22 on page 23 is a very short one. There was a joint chairman's report request submitted last year for an explanation of the projects that were delayed or decreased due to increases in the Purple Line project. That report was requested in December. There was an extension request filed to January 15th, but as of the printing of this analysis, that had not been received. It has now been submitted. We've asked the department to explain what that report details. The recommendations are on pages 24 and 25. The first recommendation in the operating budget is to deny the funding for the and the PIN for the new cybersecurity, and recommend that the reclassification of a vacant position be done instead. Recommendation number 2 for the operating is annual budget language on the operating grants and aid requiring report of changes. And in the PAYGO recommendation on page 25 is annual budget bill language requiring notification of changes to the capital program. That concludes my presentation, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Any questions for our analysts? No questions, Mr. Secretary? You're up. Great to see you.
Sure. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Again, Paul Wiedefeld, Secretary of Transportation, for the record, and thank you, Steve, obviously, for the work that you did. Having been in front of the committee many times, I'll skip some of the introductory comments, if I may, and given the time of day and your schedules, and I'll go right to the DLS issues. In terms of the TOD, obviously, it is a priority of ours in the state, obviously, to maximize the investment we've already made in transit, also looking at affordable housing opportunities around some of that, and just the economic development. So we're continuing to do that. We've released notice of funding opportunity on February 5th, and we'll be accepting applications until April 8th. The second of 2 information sessions on the process will be held on March 4th to provide interested party applicants more information. Again, just sort of get as much interest in this program as we can. For the first round of applications, we estimate awards of just under $4 million by the end of this fiscal year. And then we anticipate, basically, given some of the interest, that we'll be using the $5 million going forward in future year budgets. The second issue, we addressed the JCR report that was delayed. It has been submitted. It is part of the documentation we gave you. As you can imagine, as we were working through the final program, with all the changes that were in play before the submission of that budget, and January 15th is what did that. So I apologize for it being late, but it has been submitted and it is part of the record for you. In regard to DLS recommendations, there are 3 recommendations. 2 of these are annual pieces of budget bill language that the department concurs with. The third is regard to the request for a new position at the TSO, Transportation Secretary's Office. And again, it's to supplement the cybersecurity team at MDOT. You've heard our pitch on this before. The only thing I would like to mention is that in our program, just to give you a sense of scale, since December to January, our MDOT's network activities increased almost 8%. Just of the volume that we have to deal with. And unfortunately, as you know, there are lots of people that are trying to constantly get into our system. And in January alone, there were roughly 6.7 million potential malicious events to our network, none of which were successful. But I think it's very important, obviously, in today's world, that we continue to create a top-notch cybersecurity team at MDOT. And that's why we've also applied, or we've asked for the same across in all the modes that you've seen us in front of you so far to date. We're happy.
Are those numbers in your report that you submitted to us, your response?
Yes, in response.
Okay, all right, thank you.
And then just in conclusion, again, we want to work with the committee, obviously, on these issues, but also the much larger issues that we've been wrestling with on some of the funding issues that we're trying to address with the legislature, and be glad to work with you in partnership. And thank you for your partnership today.
Absolutely, absolutely. And before I go around the horn, a couple things from me. One, from page 22, we're talking about the TODs and the. You said February 5th, the application, the process, it opened and it'll close on April 8th?
Yes, sir.
And it's through your normal postings and your normal processes. That's how you're getting it.
And a lot of outreach,
and a lot,
to the communities.
And I appreciate that. If anything we can help you with, let us know about that. You also mentioned that something about in March. What came up? You said something about March. So February 5th. It opens April 8th, it closes.
March 4th, we're having another sort of information sessions, again, just to educate people about the program itself.
And where is that held?
I think that'll be online.
You can get us that.
We'll get you information.
We'll help to put it out as well.
Will do.
Regarding the TODs, it was great to see the list and the commitment to affordable housing in those areas. And I don't know if I know you were busy getting prepared for your hearing, but as we were having our conversation with MEA, the fact I'm not sure what's incorporated when you're building in these TODs, if there's any energy partnerships that maybe the two agencies can talk about. I don't know. Maybe there are. So.
Sure. Yeah, and that is part of the sub-cabinet, the group that's been formed to deal with this, is to make sure we're having different departments look at this TOD in a much broader sense than traditionally just transit.
It certainly makes sense, and I know that Senator Rosepep has a piece of legislation that sort of deals with housing around these TODs and such things. So there are a number of things that we want to not only, again, you hear this because you're with us all the time, but we're partners. But there are pieces of legislation that are out there, and we certainly are willing to partner with you on pieces of legislation and to work through those pieces of legislation. And as even as we've exhibited of being the member who helps you push forth legislation. But also if there's legislation that's coming from the General Assembly that you want to tap us about and say, hey, look, in budget hearing, we talked about X, Y, and Z. That piece of legislation may be something that can lend to how we're trying to get there. So I just want to put that out there.
Thanks,
and you probably already know that, but just want to make sure I put that out there. So Senator Rosepep.
Thank you. First of all, I want to say, Mr. Secretary, I think you did meet the
4-minute.
The Abraham Lincoln rule. So, Senator Sallings, I really appreciate that. You are the only person here who has done that.
I listened to you.
So absolutely. You missed that, Mr. Chairman. In my brief time in the chair.
You did it today, but I heard that before.
Yeah, no, I know you've heard it before, but no, I don't. In my brief time in the chair, I said when I chair a meeting, I go with the Abraham Lincoln rule on the Gettysburg Address.
It wasn't working when I walked through the door.
It wasn't working at all. That's why I'm saying that's why I'm giving the secretary a lot of credit here. He's a great role model. So thank you very much. Anyway, to get more serious, that's pretty serious. Two things. What's new with your federal money since we last talked? Anything new?
Nothing new. A lot of the same uncertainty, that we're wrestling with. We did have a meeting just yesterday with Federal Highway Administration on that. They haven't announced a new Federal Highway Administrator yet, so they're all sort of waiting for that to play out. That may put a little bit more focus on it, but we're continued to assume that the dollars that we have are our dollars, and that's the mode that we're under.
Okay, thank you. Second question is, and it's only because you're here, is we had a discussion yesterday in the Prince George delegation on the purple line, and I just wanted to check in. What's our ETA for the ribbon cutting and starting service?
Winter of '27.
Winter of '27, meaning
January?
Meaning January or just, I mean, January, what do you mean? Winter can,
I would mean probably December.
December of 27. The end of the calendar year 27, the end of calendar
It's
year
pretty
27.
cold outside.
No, I understand. Okay, all right.
The only caveat, I have said this repeatedly, is that we have not gotten into the systems work yet.
Right.
And the systems is a very specialized part of these projects.
Yeah.
And if you follow the silver line, when I was at Metro, that's what held that project up.
Yeah, I remember you've talked
It's
about
very complicated, and you can imagine with the length of that system and all the intersection crossings that we do there, that has to work.
Sure.
100%. So that's the only, but everything else, yeah, I think we have under control. We're over 75% done, and it's moving very well right now.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you. Any other questions or comments? Thank you for you and your
Thank you,
team, and
Senator.
we'll see you soon.
Yes, sir. Tomorrow.
Tomorrow. All right, take care. That concludes the hearing. I don't think we have any witnesses. For Department of Transportation, All right. That concludes our hearings for today.
One more.
Comptroller? Oh, we have somebody else.
Environmental science? Oh, they're outside, yes. We do have one more.
You lose.
Yeah, well, we didn't have much room, we didn't have. All right, we will begin the hearing for the Maryland Environmental Services Service. You can come on up. Our analyst will get us started. Great to see you all. Thanks for hanging out with us for a little while. Long day today, 5 hearings. So.
Thank you. Sam Quist from DLS presenting the analysis for the Maryland Environmental Service. As a reminder, MES is an independent, non-budgeted state agency. On page 1 of the analysis is information from their audited financial statement showing net assets and net operating income. At the end of fiscal 2024, MES had a total net assets of about $30.7 million, which was a change in net assets of increase of $674,000. Operating income showed a negative $833,000 for the year, although revenues increased by about $19.3 million, expenditures increased by about $20.3 million. On page 2 of the analysis is a summary of the revenue sources for fiscal 2024. As you can see, about 95% of revenues come from both state and local government sources. And on page 3 is a summary of revenues in fiscal 2024 by the categories of projects that MES worked on. So you can see that the top 3 largest categories were the areas of environmental dredging and restoration, water, wastewater operations, and recycling. And then page 4, exhibit 3, this is showing the same information as a year-over-year comparison. As you can see, the year-over-year change in fiscal 2024, the largest areas of increase were environmental engineering, environmental dredging and restoration, and then there's a summary of some of the projects impacting those on the bottom of page 4 and the top of page 5. The data on page 5, exhibit 4, is the budget data from the governor's budget books for MES. The fiscal 2026 allowance is about a $10.4 million increase from fiscal 2025 working appropriation. Personnel increases are the largest single area of change at an increase of about $3.9 million. Although MES does have independent authority over its salary, these increases largely mirror statewide salary increases for other state employees. According to MES's financial statements, other increases in operating expenses reflect the cost of goods and services, utilities, and other operational needs. Exhibit 5 on page 6 is showing a breakdown of the reimbursable projects in the fiscal 2026 allowance. So the projects that MEA work on are largely broken down into two categories: reimbursable projects, which are shown in the budget and are reflective of the BPW directive that MES complete water and wastewater treatment projects for other state agencies. And there are also other contractual projects that MES does for state agencies. So on the reimbursable project side of things, you can see here the large majority of these are for DPSCS for correctional facilities. And then the next largest category is the DNR for Maryland state parks. And then you have a variety of other state agencies that MES is involved in. Exhibit 6 on pages 7 and 8, this is showing just the more detailed breakdown by project for the reimbursable projects. And that, I'm not going to go through each one of those, but that's just for reference there. And then on the bottom of page 8 and the top of page 9, we discuss a little bit about the contractual project side of things for the fiscal year 2024. So the fiscal year 2024 data showed about $135 million in contractual projects. Large areas of that are dredging projects with the Maryland Port Administration, other projects with DPSCS, and then again a variety of other state agencies that MES is involved in. A summary of the personnel data is shown on page 10. In the fiscal 2026 allowance, there's about 785 full-time equivalent positions in the budget. MES, because they have an independent authority over their salary and due to the nature of the contractual projects that they work with, their salary needs are kind of fluctuate year to year and are dependent upon project needs. Then the remainder of the analysis goes into discussion of the annual funding statement. This is a statement that's required or requested and submitted by MES each year, which provides some additional financial information beyond what's included in their audited financial statement to prepare this analysis. Exhibit 7 on page 11 is showing the undesignated unrestricted net assets per year. So you can see here there was a decrease from fiscal 23 to 2024. In 2024, this is about $5.8 million. The undesignated unrestricted net position is basically a fund balance of funding that's not required to other stipulations and remains available to cover any unexpected expenditures or other needs that are required during the fiscal year. Exhibit 8 on page 12 is showing the overhead rates for the different work categories for MES's projects. You can see that in fiscal 2024 through 2026, the overhead rates are generally stable. However, there are a couple of categories where overhead rates are decreasing. The largest in the general and administrative category, the overhead rates decreased by about 0.5 percentage point. Then on page 14 of the analysis, there's a summary of data for the project reserve funds that MES has. These are largely contingency funds that are set up to allow money to be retained for, again, unexpected expenditures that arise for the related projects. These funds, retainages in these fund and expenditures require DBM approval for those, and there are also caps set in statute that are shown on Exhibit 9 for how much can be retained at the end of any single year. You can see here, so basically there's 4 of these funds listed in this exhibit. There's 3 of these that are set in statute, and then there's a 4th that was established by the MAS board and terminates at the end of fiscal 2024. So the remaining 3 here, you can see that the largest activity occurs in the first 2, the State Reimbursable Project Contingency Fund and the ECI Steam Turbine Contingency Fund. The first one actually at the end of fiscal 24 due to retainages and interest earned exceeds that $1 million statutory cap. And the second, the ECI Steam Turbine Contingency Fund in fiscal 2025 reaches the $1.5 million statutory cap. So there is a provision in the Budget Reconciliation and Financing Act this year, which seeks to raise the allowable cap on those first 2 funds in order to allow additional funding to be retained in those funds for future years. This provision proposes increasing the cap on the State Reimbursable Project Fund from the $1 million to $3 million, and the ECI Steam Turbine Contingency Fund cap from $1.5 million to $5 million. There'll be additional discussion of that in the fiscal note for the BRFA and when we cover the BRFA hearing next week. Then lastly, the recommended actions. DLS is making one recommended action, that is to adopt committee narrative to continue to request the annual funding statement that's been supplied to the budget committees. That concludes the DLS presentation. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Any questions for our analysts? Seeing no questions, Mr. Director, proceed. Welcome. Thank you for hanging with us today.
Thank you for having us.
Long day, but you may proceed.
Thank you for having us. For the record, my name is Dr. Charles Glass. I'm the Executive Director of MES, and with me is Deputy Director for KEDIC. First, on behalf of MES, I'd like to thank Mr. Quist and the entire DLS team for their thorough analysis of both our operating and our capital budgets. The only formal recommendation from DLS is that we continue the narrative and for the annual funding statement, and MES concurs with that recommendation. Given the brevity of our presentation, I'd like to just add a couple of things so you know.
Please.
I want to just highlight some of our success in the last year. We continue to reach our goal of maintaining a vacancy rate below 5%. Today, that vacancy rate is 3.28%.
We would say, so I have to say this, right, that my predecessor would be smiling about that. So we will let her know because, as you know, last couple of years, it's like that was one of the things. So we appreciate that.
The whole team works aggressively to make that happen. Absolutely. One of the things that helps that is we started a summer internship program. Last year we had 17 summer interns. A couple of them are now employees. They finished and they came on, and we're trying a new experiment this next fiscal year of having a 2-year rotational fellowship where we will have one engineer and one environmental specialist, our 2 largest categories, and they will rotate through the entire program like a rotational program. So awesome. We're just continuing to try new things. We'd also like to highlight our MBE numbers. This year exceeded 33% in FY24. We also continue to win awards, and those include top workplaces in both Baltimore Sun, Washington Post, and USA Today, 2 years in a row for each of them, 3 years for Baltimore Sun. And we're proud of everything we've done over the last 4 years, and it's a testament to all 800 of our employees. We also just want to update you. This is something that really our subcommittee chair in the House requested, but we now have agreements with 11 of the 13 agencies, so we have all of our agreements laid out with 11 of the 13, and the 2 are being worked on actively, DNR, Maryland Military, and we're just waiting for them to sign, so we'll update the subcommittee as soon as those are also signed. So this is something that was in our OLA audit in 2022, was a repeat finding, but we've addressed it as requested by our budget chair. So thank you again, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Absolutely. I'm very glad to hear about the agreements, and we certainly appreciate that. I'm going to step back for a second. The internship and fellows program that you have, we would love to be able to put that out with our constituents as well. You know, as you all know, we have a very robust university system here in Maryland, from the University System of Maryland to McEwen to MAC programs. We have a very bunch of bright young people out here.
We recruit from all of them.
Yeah,
so,
absolutely.
yeah.
Cool. And so that's terrific. Secondly, I want to go back to your programs. I see ECI in here, and I know you have. I see ECI, DNR, and the total state reimbursable program. Can you? And I saw the facilities. I'm sorry, the agencies that are a part of this. Let me find my page here. Let's see, you have DJS on here, DPSCS here. I don't see the universities here. Is that covered under the umbrella of the overall?
They would be contractual.
They would be contractual.
Contractual,
yes.
not
Okay.
in the agreement. But we do support the universities.
Okay, all right,
Yeah,
cool.
all of them.
Just needed to know that, yeah.
Yeah,
absolutely.
and the steam plant at UMES just came
Yes.
online with us as another agreement. So the pipeline down 13 supported ECI and University of Maryland Eastern Shore.
Absolutely.
And now we're taking on the steam plant operations there too.
Absolutely, not too far from ECI, yeah. That's,
Yeah, right
that's
over
good. They're doing some great work over there, their health science programs over there. But yeah, that was a question I had for a while and hadn't asked. I meant to ask Mr. Quiz. But I'm glad that you guys do have that arrangement. Any other questions from any member of the panel? Senator? None? Sure? You sure? You gonna pass?
Back to you.
All right, a couple things. I know you are, one is AI. That's, can you talk to us about where you are with AI? If
Sure,
you've been-
sure. So I'll do it from memory. Actually, I'm going to be presenting to our board next week. So our two largest software packages that we purchase are Office 365 and everything with Microsoft, and then also Workday as our financial and human capital management systems. We've turned on Copilot through my Office 365, and it has a button that's just internally on our service for work, what they already have access to, and then also going to the web, so we can have, but we only rolled it out to the 20 highest ranking folks in the organization so far. It's $30 a head. We also have Workday turned on, and it's going to Teams, so we can ask questions and work in Teams, Microsoft Teams, with our app from Workday, so that people don't have to go into Workday. We also turned on the magnifier, the search function in Workday, so they can also answer questions for staff. And finally, we have our IT working on populating a bot that's just on-prem that has all of our policies, our regulations, our board resolutions, and we're adding more and more to it in-house so that people can anyone, that will be a free bot internally, so any staff members can access it also through a Teams app. And those three are our major pushes to try to speed up all of our basic questions. So think of it as all FAQs that anyone would ever have to ask from our major services, they can do that through our various software packages, can do that through our apps.
All right, thank you very much. Senator, you have a rating going?
Oh, yes, it's a good question. I think you're in the top 10%. We've asked all the agencies this question. You're in the top 10%.
Thank you, sir.
All right, cool. So if there's no more questions or comments, thank you all very much.
Thank you, sir.
And
Thank you.
great to see you, and we'll see you soon. Take care.